We are just getting started here, back again. Getting ready now to do some of the Vice, which is our campaign that we run for charity. And I'm still working out my filters and my chroma key and all that sort of stuff. I'm a little ghosty right now, trying to get it all worked out. Let's see. It's not too bad. I'll have to work on it some more when I got more time. But I'm going to set out an old Tweeter-Rooney here. Um, we are live. .tch.v/Dalswell. Let's try .tv/Dalswell. Put up an old picture there. I should have put I should have tagged everyone in that picture, and I didn't do it. Yeah. Let's see. Device D&D. Let's do this thing. Here's a quick primer of what's going on. At Bird. At Dragons. At Good Guy. Good Guy Pie. Why is that doing that? So weird. This here. At Good Guy. At Jeanette. At Alicia. And at Daniel. That didn't work right. Daniel, there he is, Rainer Templar. Cool. Let's tweet that. Is my chat working? I believe it is. Let me pop this out again. It's seeming a little odd. There we go. Get everything all in place. Starting to have some cast members trickling in, about back. Oop. Get that popped out so we can see it. Hey, Viridian, good morning. How are you? Thank you for joining us so bright and early. I've got some coffee going on as well. Just felt I need a little afternoon coffee. How are you doing today? Templar Warden, re-upping that sub. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Look at you with a year, Templar. Oh, I understand. You take care of you, Iridian. I saw that Kyle was up late as well. He only, like, I guess made it to bed like 3 hours ago. I'm hoping that I see him. I can know he sleeps through alarms sometimes. Oops, someone has whispered me. That took care of that. Okay. I've got things in the wrong order, and I'm not seeing the things where I normally see them. There, much better. Well, not quite. There we go. Cool. Now I can see everything I need to see. Yeah. That old Kyle. What are we going to do with him? Oops, excuse me. That's probably really loud. Sorry, folks, for the wrapper unwrapping. Here, let me do that over here, away from the mic. So I'm trying to work on my green screen. It's sort of working. I'm a little haloed and outlined. It's not easy being green. I can't quite seem to get that bright enough to not pull. You know, I'm having to just really up the filter. I think my green, just the way I've got the light hitting it, is not great. I need to just work on it a little bit. See what I can do. So how's every guys doing? I am having a nice kind of laid back Saturday afternoon. Did some writing this morning for the campaign, and then also played some World of Warcraft, if anyone saw me doing that earlier. Trying to get into the new fun and excitement, that is it. Haven't got very far along on that yet. Been having fun with Bird vs. Plane, as we've been playing Divinity 2. That's been a lot of fun. And hopefully we'll get to do some more of that soon, so you can see more of our shenanigans. And yeah, so that's sort of the stuff that's going on here. I need to update our art over there. There. I keep saying it. I've got all the files. I just have been in. It's funny, I don't think about it until I turn on OBS, and then I see it, and I'm like, oh. And I know that if I put things in that folder while OBS is running, it crashes OBS. So I've just got to make myself do it at some point when we're not on stream. And maybe next time I go into WoW, when I'll think about it then, when OBS gets opened up. I'll actually remember, oh right, I got a thing that I need to do, or I should put one of my post-it notes up, is what I really should do. All sorts of interesting things going on out there in the wonderful world of role-playing games going on. Lots of conventions going on this weekend. I guess we're sort of getting into that sort of last fall hurrah of a lot of comic book conventions and gaming conventions, and so lots of folks are out there doing that. Me personally, I'm just I've sort of done my conventions after doing San Diego and doing Gen Con. Don't have a whole lot else to do. Gonna try to spend this fall just working on getting myself back in shape, getting back to the gym. Lots of stuff around the house I've been trying to knock out, trying to get it all taken care of after having folks here for July and September. So always things to do. I've got a couple games. I guess I'm doing 4 games a week now, so that's a lot of fun. I am loving Eberron. Anyone who is not watching Alice's game of Eberron on Monday nights over on Scraticus's channel, you need to check it out. It is so darn good. So darn good. We're at 6 o'clock Eastern time over on Scraticus's channel. So definitely need to have folks check that out. It is a lot of fun. I'm playing a poor, just all kinds of broken Kalistari over there. So it's interesting. It's he's a mess, and it's fun to play folks who are a mess, and do all the emotions and things that this poor little kid's going through. We should be starting here in about 3 minutes if I get the rest of my cast in here. I'm still missing a couple, but gosh, I'm missing 2. One of them's Kyle Viridian. I know, shocked, amazed. And the other one's Jeanette, who said she was going to be a little bit late because she's running from work. Actually, I need to get into studio mode to get that fixed up because I forgot that we're going to be at 5 cam to start. We do not have Iska, but we do have Luna. Iska text and Luna text. Swap those out. And is Celia in there somewhere? There's Celia. Luck. Vidar. Celia. Luck. 2, 3, 4, 5 camera. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Myself and 4 players. What am I? Oh, Celia's going to be late. That's why. That's why I messed that up. I need to do it because Celia's going to be late. Celia text turns off. There we go. And Luna text turns on. And Axel text turns on. There we are. Now I've got it right. Now we're cooking with gas. Cool. So, hopefully they will get here and... Where is the Luna text? Man, oh man. Must be buried somewhere. Luna, where are you? There she is. Doo-doo-doo. There's Luna's icons. There's that. And I'll pull that down for Axel. We'll see how late he is. Well, he's now late. We can figure it out. We're not going to worry too much about it. Since I'm missing 2 right now, so I guess like you all are just going to hang out with me for a little bit. Because that's kind of where we are right now. So just letting everyone know, we are trying to figure out our October schedule between Jeanette's wedding and wedding and honeymoon, and then I know Kyle has like 3 weddings and a convention. We're trying to figure out what our schedule is going to be like. It's going to be probably some smaller sessions that we do, or some cancellations altogether. Next week is most likely going to be a cancellation, because I think we're 3 players down next week. Today we are down. Well, depending on whether Kyle gets in. Yeah, Viridian, give him a call, because this is like probably one of the last sessions that we have Kyle before he disappears for like forever. So, but yeah, no. So we've got we're gonna have to figure out exactly for some of our big plot moments that are coming up, where and how to get those fit in with everyone's schedules being a little crazy. So we'll work it out. I'm hoping we can. So let's turn Cilia off. Actually, we might end up going with even fewer people than we thought. Turn off Cilia text. Get Luna up here. So luck. Let's get Axel turned on. Get Vidar turned off. Get Iska turned off. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. Man, is everyone going to be in the wrong place when I start up? Because I am not paying attention to making sure that everybody's in their spots, that their cameras are matching up with their names. It's going to be fun, folks. Pro streaming right here. That's what you turn in for, this quality content, as I move folks around. Hey, Tabletop Tales, how you doing? We're just now getting ready to go. I think I'm gonna let my folks know that we're going live. Oh, you know what? I'm not muted. They've been hearing me the whole time. Y'all could have put it in group chat. It's more fun this way. Is that the lips I read? So yeah, we're about to go live. So hey, look at that. Kyle coming in the last second, being a hero. Anyway, yeah, we're going to go live. We're going to hop to live right now. So let's see. I'm going to press the buttons and do the things. I got to get myself out of mine. So I will be joining you, and then we'll go over there. See you guys later. I'll see you on the other side. And then we're going to go to 5cam. Zing. There we are. Got to get people back in their right spots. But, hey, if you could get folks, if folks will talk for me. Just make sure that I'm broadcasting your lovely voices.
Hello, hello.
Oh, there they all are.
My name's Dave.
Wow, you are really loud.
Oh, I shall fix that.
Yeah. Hello. This is me, being me.
There you go. You
I
being
honestly thought you were
you,
gonna
doing
go to,
things, doing all the
SoundCloud.
things. We will go ahead and start off with Good Guy Pie because he was closest to being in his right spot.
I'm good guy Pie.
Oh, no, you're not, because you're going to be roboting and trying to work it out. So we instead will go to Templar Warden.
Hello, I am Templar Warden. I am playing hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi Wizard. I have been gone for 2 weeks because one, because I was playing D&D somewhere else, the betrayal, and the other because I was sick.
The
pain.
betrayal.
Yeah. Oh, that was betrayal. Okay. All right. I'm looking forward to this session.
I was going to say, your voice still sounds a little rough. How you doing, man?
It's just sort of the leftovers at this
Gotcha.
point. Just usually in the mornings and evenings.
Gotcha. Yeah, because it's not like it's, 6 in the morning there or anything for you. 5, 6, whatever time it is. Next up, we will go to NNG9.
Hello, I am Energy 9. I am tired, but still fabulous. I have been busy being older and celebrating birthdays and whatnot. Also doing 26-hour improv marathons.
Yikes. Good for you.
Still going. I'll be back on at 7.
Oh, wow. Cool. We will be sure. Is it being
It's live streamed.
live streamed? Be sure it's something we can raid?
You can't rate it because it's YouTube, but it is something I can link later at the end.
Cool. We will definitely link it up and go and send all of our folks that way. Dragons are cats up in that subscription. Thank you, dude. And I get to play with my camera because I am doing the green screen thing, sorta ish, kinda, a little bit. Chroma key. Let's see if it works. Turn it up just a little bit. Ta-da! I'm a floating head. Look at that. Anyway, so with all of that and us getting started, let's go to Dragons Are Cats and introduce him because he's wide awake at 4 in the morning still, but soon to be 6 in the morning as we get off these crazy times.
Absolutely, yes. Hi everyone, I am Dragons Are Straight Out of Bed. I am a little sleepy. I'm playing Vidal Lycran, I was about to say a legend, the Moon Elf. I am still asleep. The Moon Elf, Hexblade Warlock. Last session was a wonderful time at our wonderful new tea joint. That's our new hip chill place to go to, which was fucking fantastic.
Cool. And let's see if our buddy Good Guy Pie's got his mic working.
I'm also just going better.
Better?
I'm gonna grab a drink.
Marco Polo.
There we
Better?
go.
Are we good?
There we are.
Oh, thank God. Oof. New mic messing up on me? I wouldn't be happy about that. So yeah, I'm Good Guy Pie, and as we all know, I'm here to play Luck Goldheart, adventure extraordinaire, and his voice took a very drastic change from what I was expecting there. Hold on, let me try that again. Luck. Oh dear. Look, Goldheart.
Oh dear.
He's currently unavailable, and we will return to you after a few voice exercises.
Beep.
He's a blood hunter. He's a blood hunter human, and he is absolutely fine. And no, there is no problems. We shall return to his recuperation very shortly.
There you go. So anyway, thank you, Viridian, for all of the cool things and getting us a Kyle for our session today. Just to do a few quick little announcements. We do run our stream 100% for charity. We are supporting this month Project Semicolon down below. This is our last day supporting it. We might roll it over since October is going to be a kind of crazy short month for us with people's ins and outs. We've got some marriage. We've got actual cast members' marriages. We've got other people's weddings that they're going to. There's some conventions that are happening as well. So we might extend this out to last for another month and then roll right into Toys for Tots for the holidays. So Project Semicolon is an incredible organization providing support and resources for folks who are in need and are there to remind people that their story isn't over yet. If you or anyone you know is in need of help, is thinking of hurting themselves, is contemplating suicide, you can see down below we have both a text number that you can call, or text number that you can text, or a number that you can call. Both are manned 24/7 to help people who are in need 24 hours a day. We have you are important out there, folks, and when you need help, reach out because there's help out there for you. So if support Project Semicolon, there are some things that you can do to affect our game by donating there. I also want to give a big shout out, and I'm not going to run through all of these because there was 10 of them, but a big shout out to our buddy Wandering Silence, who on our stream last night gifted out 10 gift subscriptions to our station during our WoW session. So a huge shout out to him for doing that, and that is just amazing. Wandering Silence has always been an incredible supporter of our stream, and once again with 10 subscriptions that he gave out is pretty amazing. So thank you to Wandering Silence. With that, unless we have any other announcements from our cast members, we will go ahead and jump into today's session. To remind folks of what happened last session, and over the last couple of days here, the party's just on their third day here in Falcon's Crest. They awoke after basically running a heist on one of their old foes, Bati, who is a soul-right clockwork artisan who basically uses souls that he steals as a power source inside of his clockwork creations. He has not stolen yet, but has apparently somehow tethered Iska's soul to a clockwork harlequin of herself and has been siphoning off her talent, her songs, and her magic. As part of trying to figure out how to defeat him, they went and saw a man named Ambrose, who happens to also be for Qualvarine, which is the same place that Bati is from. He is a Stormright clockwork artisan using the powers of storms, lightning and thunder and such, in order to power his clockworks, and basically gave them some advice on how they might be able to, if not defeat Bati's clockworks, at least disable them so that they would have a fighting chance, as they found they are quite formidable opponents out there. Upon returning, the party went sort of their separate ways. Luna back to the Burning Rose Courtesans Guild to work her new night job. Luck decided to play around with powers better left unmessed with, and found himself rolling on the sanity chart, and now has been afflicted with a type of insanity that, with all this talk of time around him, apparently has sort of lodged in his subconscious, and now he witnesses time as it affects all things around him. Using some calm emotion spell and some tea, as we mentioned, Luck has sort of slowed down this maddening vision of the world as everything sort of dies and rots in front of him, to make it so that while he's seeing things age, he's not seeing things die in front of him immediately. Vidar, Luck, and Iska are currently on their way, or actually have just arrived at the Tangle Braids orphanage for Luck's reading lesson, and where Iska is giving music lessons. Axel went off on his own to do some more exploring around the Falcon's Crest huge city. It is just a whole plethora of wonders for our Tabaxi friend. And Luna currently, as she was up all night working in the Courtesans Guild, she's asleep in the tub. Being a water genasi, that's where she likes to take her long rests. And after doing some map work for the party to try to get them and understand a little bit of some of the information they've gone and acquired, she is taking a well-deserved rest in the tub. So, with that, I think... oh, wow. Am I buffering? Oh, no, there it goes. Sorry. No, I guess it's okay. Huh. Mine just looked weird for a second. Yep. Anyway, with that, I think what we are going to do is we are going to turn to Vidar and Luck and Iska there at the orphanage. So, Luck, you see Iska sort of looks a little bit quizzically at Bethany as she approaches you. That's the young, sort of mixed race girl that you befriended, the one who was sure that warriors did not need to know how to read. But between some influence from yourself and Grain, has agreed to take reading lessons with you as long as you're the one who's teaching her and not any of these other folks. But after a sort of a brief glance, Iska, as you all have just barely made it in time for the 10 o'clock lessons, gathers together her students and takes them upstairs for their music lesson, which leaves you, Luck, and Vidar downstairs. So I look to you, and what would you guys like to do? Hey, Hawkeye, how you doing?
At this point throughout the day, Vidar has a bit of a stretch. I guess is this the friend you're talking about?
Hmm?
Is this the friend you're talking about?
This one? Bethany?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah?
Hi, Bethany. My name's Vidar Lycran. How are you today?
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks, Hawkeye, for the bits. Woo!
Thank you for the bits.
Bethany looks up to you and she sort of looks at you suspiciously. There's only one thing I need to know. Is Lyle summoned, or is Lyle off in another dimension?
Lyle's off in another dimension. I'm walking around.
So you're just sort of a fancy-looking moon elf.
I'm a fancy-looking moon elf.
She kind of looks at you kind of with disdain and is like... Looks over to Luck.
He stabbed a dragon in the head multiple times.
Oh, hi. And then she's happy to meet you.
Oh, hello. Yes, it was a wonderful experience. Technically, it was not myself, but you know, it was the same. Don't worry. Confusion. It's fine.
Don't listen to half the things he say and you will be fine.
Oh, is he one of the smart ones?
No, just nod your head and say yes.
She looks to Vidar. Okay. And about that point, you've got Abigail, who sort of grabs onto your hand and drags you over because the circle is starting to form, and she wants to make sure you all have your spot. So, Luck, as you look around, you do find yourself blinking a little bit faster in order to sort of reset this vision that you have, because you do see some of the kids around, because they're of that age where they grow like weeds, where you're sort of seeing them age and grow, even just in the time of what would be a normal blink. So you kind of are sort of doing that blinking thing with your eyes to make sure that you keep them as stable as possible. You kind of feel your heart rate go up, but being around the kids calms you back down, and Ariana will sort of gather you, you kind of rap on the her little desk and get people's attention to sit around and start your lessons. Vidar, you sort of see Luck gather into this circle. Iska's gone upstairs. You're kind of left hanging a little bit. What do you want to do while these sort of musical lessons upstairs begin? You can start to hear Iska start to warm up her violin, and this reading lesson downstairs. What are you up to?
I'm going to find a nice little seat somewhere, be in a room, and support my friend Luck, and just like admire on and witness him learning alongside these children.
Okay.
Because Vidar knows that Ishgrin had to learn to speak common from in an unusual circumstance. So what's so different about this?
Yeah. No, absolutely. When Iskrin had arrived, he had to learn all the local languages and that he knows. So that absolutely is somewhat familiar of being, perhaps amongst children and luring what you have to learn. So for this, let's just to expedite a little bit. Luck, do me a intelligence check with advantage, as you have Abigail helping you in this situation.
Intelligence.
Wow, on an 18. Actually, on 20. I'm sorry, with advantage. Dirty 20. Luck, you aren't unintelligent by any means. It's just you've never learned. So you are able to pick this up. Your sort of world wariness is allowing you to pick stuff up as well. And you move along. We just doing first letters and basic words. You're now getting to probably a first grade reading level. I mean, you're able to sound out sentences. I mean, which before it was last time it was pretty much just getting words, and now you're able to sort of put together. And while there is some, your intuition is helping you certainly in this, Abigail as well. You know how languages are spoken. You know how to tell a story. You've spent lots of time listening to stories. So once you sort of start picking out, I know that word cat, I know that word tree, you kind of make sense that, that little, that U and that P is probably up, cat went up the tree, type idea. So you're able to sort of figure this out as you go through the lesson. It's about a 90-minute lesson. And we're going to go ahead and, unless there's anything special that you would like to do during your time with this, we're probably just going to let that time pass on through.
Absolutely fine with that.
Yeah. Uneventful. When it's all said and done, the lesson sort of wraps up. Kids all, again, sort of run out for their playtime. Some go to the backyard, some go out the front. You see Bethany and some of the older kids go out the front door, to Ariana, telling them to be good and not to get into trouble. Iska, of course, has gone over, and her students come charging down later than the others. At that point, you sort of do me just sort of perception check, both Vidar and Luck.
Character sheet.
Nice.
Not even the fourth wall can stop my vision.
Yeah. So,
Myself, however.
yeah, no, but with Luck sort of pointing out, Luck, you're, as we had said before, there's obviously some things here that need to be taken care of, that need to be done. You now have help of both Iskrin and Iska. The kids are sort of out of the house. You're able to spot, some things, just the fact that there's, the kitchen needs to be cleaned up after breakfast, and maybe perhaps get something ready, started for dinner for the for the kids to have something hearty when they come back. So you kind of do some chores, around the house, fix squeaky doors, stuck windows. Ariana, now that you're offering and feels as though there is some bartering happening here, is happy to give you all some tasks. So she is certainly grateful for the help, and gives the two of you guys some time to talk, as often you do when you're working on projects, if there's anything you guys want to chat about Vidar and Luck.
Yes. Have you ever heard the tales of veiled sisters? In the sky. Apparently, sailors are searching for, quote, this veiled maiden, saying she can change your fate. Like this the other day.
Jay, would I ever come across this story?
You might have. Let's do a history check. I will say at this point, you see that Iska is over interacting with one of the kids who has stayed in, sort of a little sort of pudgier human boy. You actually noticed him last time you were here, sort of kept to himself and didn't seem to be interacting with the other kids. So she's sort of out of your earshot as you bring this up. On an 11, you know that there's lots of stories about the stars, but this is not specifically one that you've heard of being up from, the mountains. This doesn't seem to be something the mountains talk about. You, of course, have heard of the sisters, the 3 stars. Pretty much that's, it's constellations. Everyone knows about the 3 sisters. It's sort of a general legend of, I won't say the gods of your world, but just the 3 sisters are 3 stars that pretty much everyone, like in our world, everyone knows what the North Star is and like the Big Dipper is. It's that type of an idea, sort of general knowledge.
I know the stars, but those sort of stories don't come up near where I lived.
How was it growing up where you lived? Honestly, I don't think I've ever asked that.
Well,
Between you and, like, you mentioned your wife previously.
well, it's nothing special. It's a mining town. It's, it has mines. We rely upon the ore as our main source of reliability on bringing in goods and trading with passing caravans. We don't. Some of us go out to go collect supplies and stuff, but it's normally we're very self-sufficient. Live off the land, sort of thing. My father was a simple man. He was a miner. He mined. He taught me everything I knew about it.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think it sounds quiet. Wonderfully quiet. From the hustle bustle of the lot we've heard here.
I would not say quiet. It was eventful in its own ways. Certainly nothing like a city, but it had its moments. You must have heard my story about my scar 1,000 times by now, right? Or at least it's
You've rattled it off a couple of times, and Ishkin's been hanging around. I think it was just before he lost his toe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And before that as well. Well, there's this notorious bear up there. 2 feet. Got this awful snaggled tooth right here. Ugly looking thing, but tough bugger. But every time he showed up and never seemed to be able to finish him off. He always seemed to get, either he got the upper hand or I got the upper hand. Neither of us really was able to bring it to it, and I don't know, maybe it got to a point where it stopped being about food and maybe there was a mutual respect, but I don't know. He was an odd bear. He looks like he was just in it for the fight at some point, but I can't really tell. Yeah, but yeah, he did remind. He reminds me every day that he got me good.
Oh, he got you good. All right. You ever think about going back?
If I could. If you could. It's tradition. The protector never goes back. Not after what happened generations ago now.
And you're going to stick to that tradition?
It's for the safety of the village.
Okay. So you're out here with us in this world, protecting them.
Yeah, you could say that. I guess I've found a bigger purpose, one could say. Now, it's the same purpose as it's always been, to protect the ones that are close to me. It's just scaled up slightly.
Yeah, very much so. You've crossed continents. You've passed through the vice. You've definitely moved on and away from that life.
Yeah. It was a nice life, though, I'm not gonna lie.
Did you have a choice in this?
Yes, I absolutely did. I volunteered myself. No one is forced to go up, but we will always have at least one volunteer after 10 years. It's an honor, frankly.
I honor you then, like Godheart. Being a man of your word.
Yep.
Doing what you can to protect those you love.
And you as well.
I've done nothing. Come on.
Well, I'll let it slide this time.
I'd bang at my nail with a hammer.
Okay.
Like my actual thumbnail.
Oof. Oof.
A few inches down.
With that sort of interruption to the story, we'll move over to Axel. So, Axel, you've had the morning to go off and explore and to take care of things. I know you sent me a text.
Yeah, it's not apparently not time yet.
Not quite time yet.
No, so he was told when the date was. I just got the impression.
Yeah, no, it's that they would be arriving toward the end of the week.
Okay.
And
end of the
currently,
week,
currently we're just sitting on, I believe it is Wednesday.
I don't know where I got 3 days from.
3 days, I believe. Ava said that she was going. Eva said she was going to get in touch with you in approximately 3 days.
Okay.
I think that's probably where you picked up the 3 days from.
All right.
I'm sorry, actually it is Friday, and they would be arriving basically the end of the week on Sunday, so just a couple days.
Okay. So he's probably going to, head to. He's probably going to be heading back down to Simon's bookstore once again.
Spell seller.
Yeah, spell seller. There we go.
Okay.
Bookshop. And he's going to probably spend a lot of day looking. Probably he's got to pay for. He's not going to be paying for transcribing spells. He's just going to pay for being there and studying over everyone's all the different styles and spells and stuff that he can come across.
Okay. So you head back to Simon's Spell Cellars, which is this sort of homey front porch that in the side of a cliff. Under that, sort of by the Arcane Terrace, one of the sort of plateau areas within the Falcon's Crest, as it's a city on many levels up here on this giant rock plateau, and there's different outcroppings that different parts of the city are on. And there's this, this sort of lovely, homey front porch. Almost would look like it is sort of like a craftsman house's front porch. There's a door that look like straight into the cliffside. You open it up, go down the stairs as you have before. Arrive at the little threshold that has sort of a small library gate to go into, and there you see Simon at the counter beside, just as you come in, and just you hear, "Hello, how are you? Welcome to Simon's Spell Cellars."
Hello, Simon. So I came in the other day to look around, but I'm just here to sort of study the books. Is that okay? There was a charge.
Just a peruser's
wasn't
fee.
there? Just perusing. Yes.
Oh yes, that's 5 gold, and of course I remember you from just the other day. I was right here.
Yeah.
Same exact looking person, totally different voice.
Yeah. Hidden by excellent once again goes to shake their hand.
Yep. Simon shakes your hand, and sort of awaits the payment to let you through.
Yep. And pulls out the gold. Pays it.
Pretty much same there. There's a few other people there. The one person you do see a familiar sort of form. You see this same person that you had seen before, sort of hunched over large stacks of books. Seems to be sort of a taller person, but because they're leaning over, maybe a little myopic in their vision, are bent down. Their face, probably only 12 to 14 inches away from the actual print text. You can see again has spellbook sort of organized by color around them. Their hair is long enough that it sort of hangs down that you can't quite determine whether this is a male or female or even elf or human, just a humanoid person, and they're studying as you've often seen them at one of the tables there in front of all of the racks of books.
Gonna give them a few glances, maybe. Can he, without being intrusive, sorry, is it possible that he could get a glance over what they're particularly looking at this point in the book they're studying? Or the spell that they're studying?
Do me a... are you wanting to get close enough for them not to notice, or from where you are?
I mean, he's trying to get close enough to see.
Okay.
But not like, oh, who's this?
Okay, so...
Not really get their attention, so he's trying to probably sneak.
So we'll do that as a
so
perception check. I think that perception is going to be the best.
Okay. If it didn't break on me, like it always does when I need to roll dice.
Yep. Do you need me or you got it?
Let's do the old fashioned.
There you go. I trust you.
There we go. And now we need to wait for it to run.
As the hamsters. There it goes. On a natural one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
Just sort of the way that they're sitting and the way that the other books are stacked up. It seems as though they're looking through a green spell book, but other than that, you can't really see the pages well enough. It seems whoever spellbook this was wrote in a very small script, and so it's hard to make out, and there's not a lot of embellishments as some people and wizards put inside of theirs.
Alright. Yeah, Axel's just going to...
So do me a general investigation check to see if what you
around.
bump into.
Interesting ideas. On the test. 1 nat 20. It's one of those days.
It's one of those days. Axel's having a day. Wasn't able to see what he wanted to see, but as you
What did I want to find?
you look through here, and up and down the aisles, you're starting to understand that there is some sort of pattern here to the layouts of the books. As you go up and down, up and down, up and down, you're starting to get a feel of what books are going to be where. You know, there's weird places where you thought that it was by color. Sometimes you thought it was by alphabetically, by name. Other times it just seems willy-nilly. Sometimes, you know, is it thickness, literally, of the books if you're trying to do this? And eventually you do start to sort of get whatever weird categorization system that they've got going on here sort of in your mind. And as you do, you find there's a book. It's not where it's supposed to be. It is a black, thin spell book that is placed sort of amongst some of these others, and it just, you can't quite figure out why it's in the wrong spot, but it's in the wrong spot.
I mean, as good a thing to read as any. Gonna pluck it out, see what sets it apart.
Yep. You open it up, and you realize that this is a spell book almost similar in intricacy and power of your own. When you open it, it's one of those books, it's bigger on the inside. It looks like it's probably only got maybe 15 pages in it, but when you open it, it's like as you flip pages, it seems like there's always more pages. Do me a favor and roll me a D3.
I forgot how to do that for a moment. My brain didn't work.
On a 3.
Sorry.
Okay. You flipping, and as you get towards the end of it, you notice some of the spells. You see some of the spells that you personally know, and realize that this spell book, however it was placed here, or whoever placed it here, or whatever protections were on it, have made, like, even the spells that you know, incomplete, uncastable, basically. But as you get towards the end of it, you notice one spell does not seem to have been modified. It seems as though it is somehow complete. And you are able to understand it. It is a dark spell. Something you never encountered before. And you find within this spell book the formula for the Shadow of Moyle. spell.
Quite literally dark.
Quite literally dark.
Huh.
And you would need to go buy some ink and paper, but if you decided to transcribe it, you would be able to.
What level is that?
It's 4th, so it would be
4th.
it would be 220 gold,
Yeah.
and would take you actually only take you 1 hour to transcribe because of between your spell book and being there would do it.
So yeah, he's going to. Unfortunately, he really doesn't have much left of his money. He has the bag of holding with everyone else's money.
It's true.
But yeah, he's so he's gonna collect it along with a couple of others that he finds that has spells that again he doesn't know, and he's gonna at least it's got the pieces there that he can look at and study, even if he can't really, if he doesn't have the material or the parchment or anything to transcribe. He has a notebook.
Yep.
So, but yeah, he's gonna study it to, pull it together. But he's not gonna be able to recreate it or copy it in any sort of meaningful spellcasting manner.
Okay.
But sort of just pull it apart and see what he can get out of it, really.
Okay.
And again with some lower level spells as well.
Yeah. No, so you are again. You're able to sort of see the mechanics of it, but other than just that it is darkness, involves darkness and shadows, etc. That it's it reminds you have mage armor, correct?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't. Never mind then. I think you're probably aware of mage armor.
He is aware of it. It was one of the spells he was considering picking up earlier when he was copying. But
so you're aware of it, and so this just seems like it's sort of like a higher level darkness based mage armor type idea. Some type of protection that kind of bites back.
Hello.
So as you are studying, and as Vidar and Luck are doing chores, and as Luna is sleeping, all of you in your mind hear a voice.
It's always good.
The Archmistress has summoned you to the Arcane Terrace this afternoon. An acolyte will meet you at your room at 2 o'clock. Do not be late.
Do I still hear the voice even though Luna's asleep?
You do still hear the voice. I mean, again, it's that you sort of like wake up out of it. It's not enough to disturb your long rest, but it's that it's like the yeah, Mom, 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Type idea. Because right now it's approaching around 1 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock. So you're at the tail end of your long rest anyway.
Okay.
Because you started your long rest around 6 a.m. So
yeah,
it still works out. You guys familiar sort of with Lyle talking into your mind, and I believe you all have gotten a message spell before, if not, but you kind of recognize that this is, it's the Arcana Mystica. They certainly can talk to people that they've seen or known before to summon you back to your room for an appointment that you had this evening with Arch Nullifier Grimm. I said Archmistress, didn't I? I meant Arch Nullifier.
Yeah, I was like, oh.
Sorry, Arch Nullifier. I realized because that's 2 entirely different things.
boss coming at you. Deal with it.
Yeah, sorry, no. Arch
That's
Nullifier
entirely
Grimm
different.
has summoned you to the Arcane Terrace.
Luna will definitely, fine. You go ahead and get out of the tub, get properly dressed, and basically finish some quick exercise, and then eat a quick meal.
Okay.
If it's getting near 2 anyway.
Oh yeah, fresh fruit there. There's also, I mean, you can walk down to your old friend at the bartender who can have things sent to the room.
Who Luna has never actually talked to.
Oh, have you not? So there is a
No, 'cause
bartender
Luna
or
doesn't
the front
drink.
desk, either way, that you would like, or certainly there's plenty of ways to get food. There's terrace dining if you'd like to eat on the terrace out by the bar. That works as well, overlooking the whole Misty Moon Valley that is now lit by the day.
Whatever gives her isolation.
Probably than having it delivered to the room.
There we go.
Yeah. So you actually are blessed. Find yourself blessedly alone in the entire room with zero drama, people, voices, anything. The only thing to disturb you is a giant brass tree by the front door.
It brings the room together. We all know this.
There's like 4 new coats on it.
You know what? No one else is here. No one's going to call her on it. She's just going to freeze the tree in a block of ice.
Yeah. Coats and all.
Yep. Not my coat.
Yeah. You can do 10 feet tall by 5 feet cube, 5 feet cube by 10 feet, one dimension, 5 feet. So yeah, pretty much encompasses that tree. And I'm sure you make it frosted ice so you don't have to see it.
Oh yeah.
Right.
100%.
There is now just a large cube of ice sitting over in the corner that you do not have to look at during breakfast while you have your fruit and other things. Hey, Data Lakash, how you doing? Mama Luna's finally getting a break. Unfortunately, the kids will be home in about an hour. You know that from from the announcement. I assume you guys all make your way back to the Windward Star.
It's just going to hand over that book with the actual complete spell into whoever the person is.
You sort of go over and doesn't pay attention to you at first, then sort of looks up, and you do see it's sort of an older gentleman. You see, looks like has maybe cataracts, the beginning of cataracts, sort of milky ness over his eyes. Cattail. Milkiness over his eyes a little bit. Cattail over his eye. Maybe beginning of cataracts. You do see as he sort of sits up and looks at you. He is actually quite tall, as you had sort of suspected, and sort of gray, almost, I don't know the best way to call it. Sort of like, I think of it like as always that medieval sort of page boy hair. It's kind of like, just sort of curled under, but it is silver gray. And, he just sort of looks at you. Yes?
This is, I don't know if you're interested. It's a more complicated spell that I found there in this section. Here. I mean, or I could just put it on the pile of black books.
And there is a pile of black books you can
On
play.
the page.
He just sort of taps them.
I was just trying to be helpful. Are you doing alright?
Oh, fine. Just finishing my studies.
Yeah, so you.
Have a nice day.
You too. Hope you learn a lot. And
Thank you. And he sort of watches you as you kind of watches you all the way out, sort of quizzically, of who this strange tabaxi is.
says thank you and goodbye to Simon as well.
Simon is.
Simon.
Yeah, Simon is jovial and with a older female voice is like, oh, ta-ta!
Bye, Simon.
And
he's probably gonna take a couple of stops on the way back. Find a nice little sort of food place, hole in the wall sort of thing. See if he can get something, a meal and a drink before he gets back.
Let's see.
Hangams.
The places that you know. I mean, you can always go back to the Elegant Tiger. The Elegant Tiger Stein. That's the bar where you met yourself during your time experimentations. They did seem to have some light fare. There are also, on the Stoneward Rush, you're down the center, there's many sort of little food cart pavilion type things. Think sort of street food type ideas. You don't find anything that seems noodle-like as you have as one of your favorites, but it seems here more things are like sort of pies or pastries or sort of dumplings. It's sort of like things that you can get sort of wrapped and eat on the go, as there is not a lot of other transportation other than your own feet through Falcon's Crest. People seem to use their walking time as also their eating time. So a lot of things are sort of like made to be one hand eaten on to go, sort of fantasy fast food type idea.
So, well, I mean, he's going to look for anything he hasn't eaten before, which is probably most of it, and just get himself a selection
Okay.
on the way back. Probably he's going to finish and then go to another one and then keep going.
Hey, and Wills, how you doing? You're able to find sort of a sort of a meat pastry tart type idea. More savory than spicy, sort of has a thicker sort of gravy inside of it. You find that if you aren't careful about sort of keeping where you bite sort of towards the top, it will sort of leak out. It takes a little bit of dexterity to keep yourself from ending up with gravy on your paws or on your fingers, but you're able to. You're a cat, and you find that. You also, there's a couple places, little sort of tavern wagons where you can get either a cider or a mead or an ale or stout. Basically, if you can't find what you want, if you can walk another block and find probably what you need, as it seems as though the vendors kind of have spaced them out for their own sort of supply and demand reasons to not be in direct competition directly across from one another. But, I mean, it's a nice day. The Stoneward Rush is sort of bustling and busy. It's, as I've described before, very much kind of like the Champs-Élysées before cars took over. It's just this wide pedestrian pathway. There are two main lanes of where people walk, but then through the center are sort of these stone gardens that have benches. And in some places, it's sort of very oriental, sort of Japanese Zen gardens where designs have been made in them. Other places, it's little small sculptures made of rock. There's some places where there's even just sort of stacks of cairns or different people. There's some performers along the way. So you're able to have sort of it takes the actual walk only would take you about 20 to 30 minutes to get back to the Windward Star. But, you're able to meander and have a nice sort of afternoon lunch and stroll through the Stoneward Rush.
What you got in mind? Cool.
And as you are going along, you find your way back to the Windward Star. Rest of you heading back from the Knot, anything special? Or the Knot's not very scenic in its along the way. But if you guys just want to head straight back or meander yourself, you will pass through the Windward Basin, where all the sort of shops, where Astra's the tea hive is. You probably don't have time to stop in there again, but that's more of a laid back when you can take your time area to hang out. But can certainly head back to the Windward Star by whichever way. Hey, Scraticus! How you doing? Scraticus. The man, the myth, the legend. If you guys haven't checked out Scraticus, you definitely should. His station, Scraticus Academy, is amazing. And all sorts of great, wonderful shows. He's getting some well-deserved rest this weekend after a huge move last week. So, you guys find yourself back in your room at the Windward Star, sort of awaiting whatever is to come next. And but we always raid you, Windwills.
We love.
We send you all the love in the form of raids. If you guys like Shadowrun, that is the place to go. Is in Will's station.
Shadowrun is fun.
Yeah, that is a cool world and system. I'm gonna let you guys gather because I've drunk far too much green tea while I was getting this ready. So even though it's not really break time, I'm going to take a quick break because I need to. So if Luna, if you want to talk about our charity a little bit, that would be great, or just about our station. And we might do a pun of the week if you want to do pun of the week, or you probably have some saved up since you weren't on.
I have a couple saved palindromes, in fact, since I
Ooh,
missed
cool. So I will be right back. Sorry for the brief interruption, folks, but
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be just our official break. Okay, but hello, everybody. If this is your first time here, welcome. If you've been here before, welcome back. This channel is run 100% for charity, and our charities change typically once a month. This month's charity being Project Semicolon, organization dedicated to helping people with, with their dark thoughts. It can happen to anybody. There is no shame in seeking help. There is a text. There's a line you can text if you need help. These are there's a line you can call if you want. These are all 24/7. There's also the link in the description to go to the actual website and check out all the great information there. So yeah, please go ahead, give it a check. If you need help, get it. Or if you know anybody who does, encourage them to seek it. If you would like to donate through the charity through our channel specifically, you can click on the banner above the description, and you can donate for various levels of donation. There are various levels, various things we get. For any amount, you can add to our spell bank, and at every $100 increment, the spell level we get when we cash it in goes up. We can get stuff like invisibility or wind wall, all kinds of things depending on level. For $1, you can give us a healing dice, $2 for an advantage, so on and so forth. All the levels are down below. But if you please don't feel pressured to donate. If you don't want to, you can just do things like share us on social media like Facebook and Twitter and all that good stuff. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed the show. And it's been so long. I've missed you all so much. So I have two palindromes for you. The first palindrome, the first, is I prefer pie. Which will make sense.
okay.
The mathematical pie, of course.
Of
because
course.
that's the best one.
But it works. That's cool.
Nice. And the second one, which is special for you, Jay.
Oh, is this it? Is this the coup de grace?
Yes, it is. I'm going to have to explain part of it after I do it, but it does work.
Okay.
Stop. YHT rig sees girthy pots. YHT being the Yuzek Hizli Tren in Turkey.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I worked for that
You
one.
worked hard for that. You worked hard for that. That has been a month or 2 months in the making.
We'll type it in the chat group.
That is
I worked for. Do you know how hard YHT is? YHT sucks. HTY is fine. YHT sucks.
Yeah. The Yithrig sees girthy pots. There you go.
It's a real thing. You're welcome to Google it.
I have no doubt whatsoever that the fact that you found a way to do girthy.
Yep. I made it work.
Hey,
I could have
you
cheated.
had to go to Turkey for that one.
I did. I went around the world. Just as our channel goes around the world.
Exactly.
Around the world.
Around the world.
Do we still need time?
I haven't done the pun yet.
No, damn.
Would you like to do the book first? You can.
I'll do the
You
book
can do the
first.
book because I think that Celia, that we were going to have Jeanette, was going to try to join us right around 3. So
Fine. I'll make everyone happy, and you can ruin that day.
They're perfectly happy now. They got 2 palindromes. I've
That's
ruined
right.
nothing.
You're about to ruin it, but anyway.
The hate.
Anyway.
Jealousy. I understand.
So, my book recommendation is something I found in my college library and very happily surprised because I've been meaning to read it. I've only recently started, but I am recommending the I am recommending the entire free sort of books of it, the Witcher books.
Ah.
All of them. I'm just recommending the series of them, to be honest. And the games are amazing, but they do not do the books justice. The games are in another thing of its own, but if you want to see a Geralt that you know, but follows the Witcher rules a lot closer, and is a lot more when he says he doesn't get involved in politics a lot of the time, it really means it in this. And like it does really get to a case of where I'm sort of getting to the point where I'm noticing he's not getting involved in politics. Politics are getting involved with him, and like he's not liking that. Geralt is a lot more grumpier and a lot more stern in this. He's and all the characters you know will show up, but their personality, from what I've seen so far, their personalities are. Oh, he's got the T-shirt. The personalities are quite different, but I can't really do the whole book justice, so I'll just read the blurb for you on this one.
I didn't see you had the shirt on before.
I know, it's so cool.
Dude, I haven't seen the blue yet. The blue is very cool.
Buy your Bird in the Storm shirts now. Hashtag
What's
sponsor.
Bird in the Storm?
So Bird in the Storm, got a couple announcements about Bird in the Storm, actually. So that Bird in the Storm is mine and Bird versus Plane little, don't kill yourself there, Templar. No, I've done the wrong pipe. But Bird in the Storm is mine and Bird versus Plane little publishing venture that we're doing together to write modules for for D&D 5e. Our first one is out there. She just turned her camera off. Our first one is out there, and for those folks who actually do buy t-shirts, we do. Do I have a Jeanette? I do have a Jeanette. Woo! Let me swap us up to 6 camera. There we go. It is mine and Bird versus Plane little venture into publishing. There's a couple things that are going on that I can tell everybody about, and they are as follows. As I get folks into their right spots, now that we have a Jeanette, woo! Is that we will be having our module 2, should be coming out sometime, probably in the beginning of the year. But there also, which I can now announce, will most likely be an event in Orlando at the Cloak and Blaster involving a custom module that we will be writing for an event that they are having. I can't give any more details out yet, but for those of you who don't want to be in the cold in February, there could be a thing happening in Orlando that for gaming and for Bird in the Storm. So that is going on. So as that becomes more, as more details become available, we will be sharing them with you. And then the other news that
I'll start packing my bags then.
The other news that I can announce is that beginning October 1st, Bird in the Storm will become lucky enough to become a sponsor of Scraticus Academy. So we are going to be sponsoring Scraticus. We will be doing some content for Scraticus Academy as well. And we are looking forward to a wonderful partnership with our buddies Adam and Alice. So stay tuned for all that stuff going on as well. And also, in case anyone is living in colder climes, starting probably coming up mid-October, we will have hoodies available in our store for those folks who we're thinking we would definitely want zip ups. I'm a zip up guy, and we've got we're going to be putting together a hoodies as well. So all kinds of new fun stuff coming from Bird in the Storm. And with that, other fun, speaking of fun stuff, Tree Hugging Druid has arrived. The party can start.
Yeah. Hi. Nick Jewett. I play Celia Rollerin, our high elf rogue. I don't know why I was about to say monk, but for some reason, monk hit my head. Future multi-class.
There you go.
You do train with Luna regularly. It's feasible.
It is feasible.
It really is.
Cool. So, just to catch you up to speed, Celia, you have been, while you were out doing things around town, you were summoned by a message spell in your head to return back to the room, as at 2 o'clock, you will be met by an acolyte of the Nullifiers to take you and the party up to meet Arch Nullifier Grimm on the Arcane Terrace.
But we are all back.
We are all back, so
Which means
brace yourselves.
it's time for Butt of the Week!
Dang it, I thought I would miss this.
I'm going to sit down for this.
Why shouldn't you trust trees?
Hey!
Why?
Because they're kind of shady.
Oh,
That's
man,
a
oh,
personal
man.
attack against our favorite rogue. Come on.
Oof.
Rude.
Oof.
The town was in flames. The narrow streets leading to the moat and the first towers bleached smoke and embers. Flames devouring the densely clustered thatched houses and licking at the castle walls.
You see what you've done? You burned down Falcon's Crest of that.
Yeah.
A very useful opening line.
Man, oh man. Okay, let's see if I can get my chroma key to work.
Rude.
Oop, I'm disappearing. There we go.
I didn't say druid, I said tree.
Yeah, she likes trees. That's what druids do.
She's allowed to like shady things.
There you go. That's true. So, you guys are all together, back in the room. Luna, your morning was going so well. It was going so well.
And then they had to show up.
I will say, as you all walk in, and I can just, this is how I picture it. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Vidar goes to hang his coat, and there's an ice cube there.
Did you misplace a tree?
No, it was here. I haven't organized for it to be moved yet. But this is nice as well. Ishkrin would love this, especially since it's towards Frost Prince. Yeah, Ishkrin would love this.
Maybe you could make a sculpture of ice, which is a tree.
No.
A frozen tree.
Why
Okay.
did you? What?
Let's work with that.
Were you always standing there, Luda?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Luna. Hi. Did you do this?
She'll look Vidar dead in the face. Do what?
I like it. It's getting carved and it's staying.
No carving.
Carved and staying.
No carving.
Really freezes the room together.
It really freezes the room. Oh, luck.
Where is everyone else?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I mistimed that a little.
Well, it actually, from literally like the corner of the room, Celia just sort of materializes as she's been there all along, just being roguey.
I was a few seconds off, alright.
I imagine Luna just tilts her head, doesn't turn around. There's Celia. Where's the
Oh, hi, darling.
Awkward smile from Celia.
So did you all get the message in your head?
Ah, excellent. Hi. Yes.
Yeah, I walked in the door.
Yes.
Oh, about the lovely woman.
Yes, the Archfire, yeah. Okay, so it was everyone. Yeah. I get. Well, did you all hear it, or was it only so you?
It was in everyone's head.
I got it. I'm not. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of presuming you all heard it, but I mean,
I believe we did, so we should keep going.
well, they were going to meet us here at 2. There was going to be an acolyte showing up here at 2, and it's probably not long now, but
About that time.
it's
Door.
awfully convenient.
Open.
And you do see one of... You're not sure if it's one of the exact same acolytes that came before, but it is definitely the same recognizable robes. The sort of deep hood, black and gray, and with the fine gold and silver embroidery, not nearly the amount that Archnullifier Grimm had on hers, but it seems as though somehow their rank or station is signified by the different embroideries upon them, and just sort of looks to all of you, and Iska is there as well, of course, and just says, "You've been summoned. Shall we?"
Lead the way.
Please,
And-
thank you.
The acolyte pretty much just turns on heel and begins walking quite briskly out through the lobby into the Windward Basin, across the overhead district through the Windward Basin, and I assume you guys all follow.
Yep. Yes. Luna's most certainly keeping pace.
Yep. So the acolyte sort of looks to you a little bit, wondering if you're asking a question. That's why you're keeping pace, and sort of raises a single eyebrow at you.
Luna's not even looking at the acolyte.
And
Or rather, it's kind of like out of the corner of the eye, keeping them in track just to make sure we're
Yeah.
on the right path, but not in no way attempting to communicate.
okay. Anyone else pulling up towards the acolyte, or just sort of following along behind?
Excuse me. Bacon got stuck in the back of my throat.
I want bacon.
Celia will kind of keep to the back and kind of off to the side doing her roguey thing and kind of keep on watch.
Okay. Do me a perception check.
Rose.
Yeah. On a 12, though, this is easy to spot. Especially when you're going down the Stoneward Rush. People give plenty of way to this acolyte. You see some even sort of, intentionally stop what they were doing, and give leeway. The nullifiers seem to hold a place of both fear and of respect and fear within Falcon's Crest. It is, like I said, hard not to notice, and sort of your entourage is almost kind of like following an ambulance in its wake. People give wide berth as this acolyte passes through. Also, you do notice that sort of the black and gray robes do stand out quite a bit, because there's such an abundance of gray stone here in Falcon's Crest. You do notice that most people do add color to their wardrobes, even if it is sort of monochromatic color. There is color involved, and so standing out very much so is this black-dressed, black-robed figure walking through. Some of you certainly have black in your wardrobe as well, or wear darker colors, but you sort of are very much in a nice way are able to sort of perceive some of these sort of social norms that are happening as you walk through. Quick question for Luna. Are you walking the streets disguised? Did you have Iska disguise you before you left, or are you walking as Genasi?
I didn't think about it, so I will say she's just walking as a Genasi.
Okay. I'd say Cilia, yeah, you're the biggest thing you notice is people just giving a wide berth around folks, and on the 12th. So go ahead and do me a perception check, Luna.
I was gonna say, because I'm not actually looking at the Arch Nullifier, so
yeah, because you're up front, so it's sort of
Yes.
one of those things where you don't see sort of the wake left behind. You're seeing what's in front.
Nope.
But
I'm on a mission.
you are just you're kind of mission mode, having just awoken, and not getting it, not necessarily getting what is going on, whether you're in your mind a little bit or just,
granted, Luna doesn't super care what people think anyway.
yeah. So at this point, you're pretty much on the march. One of the things that actually, I'm going to have you do me a
Insight?
What have we been using for your card? This is a little different. So this is, give me an intelligence check with proficiency. This is utilizing your cartography.
Okay.
So this is your knowledge of maps and sort of how you've mentally been laying out the city.
So not a cartography check, but just
Because I think cartography we're using as your dexterity, right?
Yeah.
Which is, the actual making a map. This is recalling information about the city. So just...
you know what? I'll switch it to an int for this check is what I'll do.
Okay, that works.
Oh, come on! Did I have advantage? Oh.
You're having a bad morning, Luna. So,
because it was it. That's what did it.
Yeah. You're just sort of following along, and actually within that one, we're actually going to say that your knowledge betrays you. As you go by sort of the as you go on the Stoneward Rush, as you pass by the Sentinel Row's gates and by the Matron's Square Cistern Stone, you basically hang a left because Arcane Terrace is up to the left. It sort of looms over the city over on that side, and with the natural one, you all but have crossed the Stoneward Rush before you realize that the Acolyte has continued going directly up the Stoneward Rush, and you kind of have to break yourself out of what you thought was, of course you know where you're going. You're marching to the Arcane Terrace to realize that maybe you don't get into the Arcane Terrace where you had mentally thought that you did. You assumed that there must be an entrance along, sort of where the cliffside is, or the sort of outcropping that it sits upon in the main part of town, potentially off the Stoneward Rush, but that does not seem to be the case. And you kind of have to scurry back over to the party, falling a little bit behind from where you were all the way up front.
Actually,
unless you're gonna...
If she was up, she'd probably just jump off and, do the slow fall thing to...
Oh, no, you didn't get all the way up there.
Okay.
No, you were going down the road. You can see the Arcane Terrace up on your left. And so you basically took a left as though to go there, that must be the way in. But the rest of the party and the Acolyte keep going straight.
She's going to step of wind to catch back up. She
Okay,
doesn't want to.
so you can do that. Go ahead and you can pop a key point to to get yourself caught back up and into sort of this procession. And I think all of you at this point are sort of looking around a little bit, kind of wondering where perhaps they're taking you, because it seems as though you're heading back to Grey Talon Citadel. And in fact, you do find yourself coming off the end of the Stoneward Rush, underneath of the wall of the Grey Talon Citadel, and sort of hanging a left. Now, Luck, you actually, of any in the party, are the most familiar with this area, because up here on the Grey Talon Citadel, and as you take a left-hand turn, you guys walk all but directly by the Iron Gnome Saloon, where you had told stories the other night after splitting up with Axel in the whole time escapades that were going on. It's right now, it's earlier in the day. It's not nearly as raucous as it is before, but you do see some familiar faces as you sort of walk by the front of there. People who are, at now it'd be about 2:30 in the afternoon, either kicked off early or maybe are out of work, and or have been drinking since the overnight shift got done. Sort of out front, and one or two, Luck, as you go by. Time for one.
I'll on the way back.
We'll save one for you. And as
you've got to check this place out with me on the way back. One place.
Oh yeah, of course. Celia, can I have some?
I'll pay for you. Don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
So you guys sort of go past the Iron Gnome Saloon, all the way over to the corner of Grey Talon Citadel. And you see there's a large cylindrical tower. It has an ornate sort of arched opening in the side of it into the Grey Talon Citadel. And you see two Talon Guard wearing not just the Arcana Mystica version of the Talon Guard robes, flanking either side of it. This ornately carved stone archway that goes over top of this opening in the tower, and you can see the familiar AM of the Arcana Mystica above the archway. And you see the nullifier basically marches right on through. Both of the guards immediately sort of snap to a more formal attention as this acolyte goes through, and you guys are close enoughly grouped that they read the intention 100% that you guys are with this acolyte. You are with them, and so as you pass sort of out of the Grey Talon Citadel and from underneath of the wall, you enter into this tower that within it has a spiral staircase that spirals down 3, 4, 5 turns. Luna, I will say you only have to roll for this one. You just do know from your looking about the city, most of you understand that Grey Talon Citadel is sort of the highest point in the city. Arcane Terrace is just a couple, is probably the next highest piece, with Sentinel Row, Matron Square, all on the same level as the Stoneward Rush, the Windward Basin, of course, and the Overhanging District being the lowest, and then the Knot over to one side as well. So you sort of go from east to west. The highest point, highest point being Grey Talon Citadel, then east to west, things sort of stair step down in 3 levels. You spin down this spiral staircase, and at the far end you do see a large closed, surprisingly wooden pair of doors that have 2 guards on either side of it. The acolyte just reaches up her hand, bare hand, places it upon the doors, and they crack open, revealing the Arcane Terrace beyond. You guys step out, and it is as though you've entered into a different city. You can see this tower behind you, but spread out before you, where most of the rest of Falcon's Crest is very heavy stone and granite structures that dominate the architecture. Other than the sort of outer wall, which you can now see that the Arcane Terrace does have one side of it that would be a part of the outer wall and the outer chateaus that protect the city. The rest of it is obviously magically worked stone with inside of here. There are spindling towers that spiral, made out of rock that has been twisted into organic shapes, almost some tree-like, others almost as though they were grown from crystals themselves with very sort of faceted features. There are, from tower to tower, you see these thread-like bridges with sort of stone spines, but the rest of them are created out of actual, like, light itself. Looking down, Axel, you see that the ground in this area, the streets that pass between all of these towers, are made out of sigils that have been carved into the stone. Large, small, all interconnecting. They form patterns like fractals that as you follow them, you can see that it's these repeating patterns in this infinite complexity that will repeat upon itself to then make the same pattern again, larger and larger as it spirals, apparently through and under and even around the bases of some of these towers. As you keep track and try to keep up with the acolyte, you see lots of robed figures here in the Arcana Mystica colors in this area. The Talon Guard is very present, all with Arcana Mystica colored robes, as these seem to be all magic users in this area. The sounds of magic are all around you. It seems to be used openly and easily here, as though there is no concern to sort of conserving the magical potentials of the different people here. Over to one side, as sort of you loop around, following the acolyte, you see one building that seems made out of sort of darker stone than the rest, and as you approach it, at first kind of looks like it's modeled on the outside, as though maybe it was like melted, but as you get closer, you realize that's not it at all. The entire outer surface of it is carved figures of gargoyles that are across the face, across the different crenellations at the top. And as you pass by, everyone do me a perception check as you pass by.
I'm also very...
Looks fine to me.
I'm very happy I don't have Lyle out.
Even if I roll low, luck's going to assume something.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I'll say luck. Believe it or not, luck and Celia have advantage on this.
Yes. 15.
27.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a safe guess in my head.
Well, luck, your DC was actually a bit lower. You see one of the heads of the figures turn and watch as you go by. Celia, you see from multiple of these eyes that watch you open up and watch you, and it clicks in your head. The shadow you saw moved. You went over to inspect to see if someone was hiding in, beside the gargoyle. What you probably saw was the gargoyle had moved itself when you were up on the rooftops the other night.
Oh.
Axel, you see as well. You're able to see that, just with your knowledge of the arcane, that while some of these might or might not be actual gargoyles, certainly quite a few of them actually are. In your studies of Falcon Crest, of hearing about the gargoyle masters and how they protected the city during the Sylvan War, this seems to be, would make sense that this is perhaps where the gargoyle masters, in fact, ply their trade, or where they are based out of. As you continue past the Hall of the Gargoyle Masters, you see another structure, all but impossible in its architecture. It is a stone building. Thanks, plot hunters. It is a stone building that seems to be balanced upon a web of stone filaments underneath of it. The stone so finely shaped that it has made something as solid as granite look light and airy, and as though as it would float away. There are impossibilities as the windows. Many of the arched walkways and bridges you see extend out from this sort of webwork building made of stone and crystal that dominates the architecture here. And you know from many structures in this city would have had to be formed by very accomplished stone shapers. This seems to be sort of the pinnacle of their craft, located here in sort of the center of the Arcane Terrace. Beyond that, you see along the outer wall, you've sort of curved around now at this point, and along the outer wall, you see a elegant and stately chateau, one of the sentinel chateaus that's on the outer wall. It is opulent, to say the least. It is prominently displays the Arcana Mystica logo, sort of, and all of their heraldry above most every window, above the main entrance and doors. You can see that it is, Axel, you easily spot that it is well protected by magical runes and sigils to keep it protected against pretty much any magical intrusion. There are upper levels, balconies, but when you really look at them, you realize that it's probably more like battlements. There are mages or robed figures stationed up above that, without too much tactical stretch of the imagination, would have line of sight to most anywhere around this building, if not large portions of the Arcane Terrace itself. Along with these sort of major buildings, there are taverns here. There are, one of the things you haven't seen around the rest of the city, free-flowing fountains and water seems to be a part of the architecture here. In fact, very much so. Shocking amounts of water being used for water features and fountains in this area, when you know it is such a rare commodity throughout the rest of the city. There are magic vendors, shops, obviously shop fronts that, wand shops, obvious places where potions could be procured, alchemy shops. There is a large structure that seems to be some sort of place of learning, as you see many what seem to be younger looking students and mages entering in and out of. And finally, you come almost full circle, but not quite. As I mentioned, this layout is almost in a spiraled fractal type pattern. This Arcane Terrace is laid out. And as you sort of make what would be a full circle, but it actually doesn't bring you back to the tower that brought you in on, it brings you out to what's probably the most plain and basic structure that you've seen within the Arcane Terrace. It looks more like a vault or a mausoleum of some sort. Luna, you immediately recognize that it is oriented to the cardinal directions. Each face of it faces a specific to true north, south, east, and west, even though this in sort of this spiraled area, sort of meant to turn you around. Your cartographer sense, you're able to quickly identify that it has been aligned with the cardinal directions. Seems to be a 2-story structure. Has no real windows. It is right up against, as I said, sort of where the outcrop of the the Grey Talon Citadel is above it. So it's almost sort of this building that goes about what would be probably a 40-foot tall, 50-foot tall cliff face that goes up to the bottom edge of Grey Talon Citadel's outer wall. This goes up about 2 stories. You don't see any windows in it, but you do see sort of carved alcoves where you would expect windows to be, but they are filled with magical wards all across them. This whole building looks as though it might have been carved or, in fact, shaped out of a natural outcropping or large boulder that was found at the bottom of this cliff down from Grey Talon Citadel. There is a single door that is inset almost 10 feet into, at the end of a long sort of hallway, almost sort of a breach in the front of this building. It is where this acolyte sort of is marching you towards, is this almost claustrophobic stone monolithic hallway that they march down with some confidence. Is there anything you guys would like to do before entering in to this area?
I have noticed 0. Luna has no prep to do.
Yeah.
Just going with the dice on that one.
I'm just making sure that everything's where it should be and nothing's gone missing, and just noting all of my magical items and just like waiting for someone to just be like, but nothing. I'm just a little on edge. I'm just a little curious, even though Lyle and the ring is not with me currently.
Okay.
I'm just like,
Luke's going to be like, oh, sorry, continue.
no. Yeah, go, do you.
Okay. He's going to be like, any do's, any don'ts, anything we really shouldn't say, anything we should say. What are the rules here?
You asking the acolyte or asking each other?
Acolyte.
The acolyte turns around and goes, "Don't worry. Within the nullifier's court, doesn't matter necessarily what you say out loud and what you don't. All will be revealed."
Interesting. Does that apply to everywhere else? Just in there.
Vidar just puts his head down, just.
I'm going to be honest. That sounds very ominous.
You're here at the invitation of the Arch Nullifier. You have nothing to be worried about.
All right.
Don't worry, we're eating bread at the Twins. It's fine.
He just sort of nods. All right.
The Nullifier acolyte puts their hand up on the door, and you see just a swirl of magical wards and runes light up across this, what looks like a blank piece of stone. And as it basically becomes covered in runes, you hear the heavy sound of stone scraping against stone as it recesses even further in and then slides over to the side as the Nullifier's court awaits you. The Acolyte walks in, and I need a marching order.
Luna's up front.
Vidal's
Axel's probably second then.
Looks comfortably in the middle.
Celia would technically still be kind of off to the side a bit.
There's really not a side here. This is sort of only a 5-foot wide, 10-foot tall stone hallway that's 10 feet long. So there is no real side. You are pretty much all but single file going down this hallway to even get into the front door. That's outside before you even go through the door. It sort of automatically lines you up in a single file line. So there's really not a to the side here.
Celia feels very weird.
But I was going to offer his hand out to her.
But
So let me just make sure I've got that right. Luna's up front, Luck's in the middle. Axel, you said you're sort toward the front? And then is it Vidar or Celia who's in the back?
Celia would be like, I'll be in the back.
Okay. So, Luna, you notice this as you go in. You step into this antechamber through where this large monolithic door has slid to one side. And it's an antechamber, but it is almost awkwardly small to be somewhere where people would enter. It's only 5 foot by 5 foot square. And you see the Acolyte basically just is standing there almost, it's difficult for you almost to slide by them, sort of gesturing you through a threshold to your left, and just sort of points you to go in that direction.
I do so.
So Luna walks through the
It seems
threshold.
odd, but she keeps going.
Yep. Axel, Luck, Vidar, you all follow literally it's, pretty much there's for the rest of the people to get in, there's nowhere else to go but through this threshold. You go through. Celia, this Acolyte sort of puts out their hand and ushers you through. I assume you go through?
Mm-hmm.
And then the Acolyte follows behind you. Luna, you're now sort of at the front of the group, sort of in this long, straight, very light gray, not quite white, but very light gray, stark hallway. It is long and straight in front of you. Everyone do me a perception check. As you walk through, you do see the Acolyte sort of at the end of your line making their way up. Behind the Acolyte is a blank wall. The Acolyte walks forward and just says, "Follow me," and starts heading you down this passageway. As you go, you see multiple cross passages, many turns. It is like a labyrinth. And it's disconcerting because just by your general, anyone, even, Luna certainly would pick up on this. There is far more hallway and turns and twists in this than there should be for the size of the building that you saw from the
Is
outside.
it bigger on the inside than the outside?
It seems to be bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. In fact, you end up going up at least 3 to 4 stories worth of stairs and down another 6 before all is said and done. You go through multiple thresholds that after passing through you realize are blank walls behind you. And then there is a weird set of a staircase that you come to that goes up sort of in a spiral. But I need everyone to make me a Constitution saving throw.
I'm just gonna casually spend an advantage on this.
Okay.
Everything's fine.
I'll take it.
19 and a 20. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing somebody.
I need somebody
Iska.
to roll. I need somebody.
Oh yeah, Iska's here. I should be rolling for
Yeah.
her, but
She passes. No
yeah. So no, well, this one might be kind of fun. But let me pull up
Everything's
Iska.
fine.
Oh,
shit.
poor Iska. It's always Iska.
Why?
What you?
All my fault.
What?
Oh,
No.
20. Look
It's
at
all
that.
Axel's fault.
Oh,
On a 20.
Pleasantly surprised.
Vidar, Luna, Cilia a little bit, and Axel a little bit as well. There is this bizarre sense of vertigo as you are ascending this staircase and as it spirals around, because whenever you take a step up, every sense of your body is telling you that you're taking a step down. It's as though, like, as you're descending stairs, the way that your weight transfers, the way that you feel it as you sort of step down, that is the feeling that you're getting, yet you are walking up a spiral staircase.
Question: is the sensation the same if Luna tries to like run along the walls for a few seconds?
If you try to run along the walls for a few seconds,
A few seconds, basically, like the movement phase of a round. Essentially.
For a movement phase of a round, no. The sensation feels as though you are just sort of parkouring across a wall.
Hmm. And like when she lands back down, does it feel like she's landed further down than where she started?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You sort of ran along the wall feeling as though you should be staying the same distance away from the stairs as they ascend. But when you go to sort of get your feet back under you, do me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Don't.
Finally, thank you.
Yep. It's like when you are going downstairs and you think there's another step and there's not. The floor, it was not where you were expecting it to be. But this isn't like an illusion. It is something. Luna would have no idea what it is. It is
Luna,
weird.
She's not gonna say anything, but she's basically being like, this is why I pray for magic instead of read books.
What are you talking about? This is awesome!
She does not say that out loud.
We're walking up some stairs.
Yeah, no, yeah, luck. It's actually, yeah, luck doesn't get any vertigo from it, but I mean, you feel the sensation I mean, everyone feels a sensation. It's whether or not it's making you a little bit ill. But as you get to the top of these stairs, there is a short hallway. It is permeated by amber light. It's sort of been a sort of white to an amberish light that has lit everything along this journey that you've taken. Even though you don't see any torches or sources of light, you are able to see as though probably you were in outside normal daylight. The thing that you do notice, especially in this area, once you've traversed the stairs, as you look around to each other, every magical item that you own glows with a colored aura. Each one slightly different based upon the enchantment that is upon it.
This ain't good for me.
And
So
you're the brightest one out.
Luck and Celia, do me a perception check.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
So Zelia just kind of looks down at her necklace and going.
As you look down, again, you all your magical items are glowing. Luck and Celia, there is something the two of you notice. Unlike any other item that you see around you, upon your friends, your rings aura is banded. Both red and gold and black. And it is almost like an old barber's pole. And it is flowing around each of your 2 rings that you are each wearing.
Celia just kind of like looks over to Luck
He's got that face like.
and raises an eyebrow.
I'm not a wizard.
And then her eye just like moved to Axel. She goes, she whispers, "Are you doing that?"
Doing what? I mean, no. The aura? No. I think it's probably the room, and it's showing off all magic and.
Yeah, Vidar and Axel. Axel actually, because Vidar knows about Iskrin, but this isn't how Iskrin saw magic. Axel, it is though there is a permanent detect magic type spell, and it's not just making it so whoever cast it, it's literally making it so all magic is being telegraphing itself within this place.
That's it's just
She
showing anything, good for spotting anything unusual, I guess.
Yeah.
Magic items that you didn't know were magic, or sneaky things. And he actually is going to glance around at everyone in the room.
Yeah. Neither Luck nor Celia's ring has never glowed this way when you've had detect magic cast on yourself before. This is different. This is some other more powerful level of identification and magical revelation occurring.
Do I get the sense that this now items being identified like this in this way is alerting someone? Like you said, the telegraphing.
Just visually. I mean, it basically all of you can see. Wow, I need to. It's like I all but disappeared because I'm up in the black background. Okay, so let's do that. So I reappear for everybody.
It's a kind of magic.
Yeah. So telegraphing it. I'd say it's visually. You cannot tell whether or not this is being transmitted or being telegraphed elsewhere. I was using that word more as the fact that every magical item is basically making itself known that is being carried by any of you.
I'm gonna stop for a second then and wait for
Glance. No.
Sorry. Can Celia kind of, if she kind of sleight of hands her necklace more into her shirt, like, will it still glow?
Yeah, you notice that it seems as though anything that is, I mean, whether it's underneath of clothing, whether it's in a sheath, your rapier is glowing through its sheath.
See, I'm really happy that Celia's dagger isn't magical. That would just a random glow in her boot.
Yeah.
It's my sock warmer.
Vidar just really, as everyone walks forward, Vidar just wants to take a look at what happens when he summons Lysithia with the ring. He just wants to check the colors and like how potent it is, and then bamf it away.
The acolyte is still sort of.
Oh, the acolyte's right there, sort of leading you. I mean, you've come to a stop, and so the acolyte realizes you all aren't following. Probably not the first time they've seen people be a little wary of sort of all of their magical items being revealed. So
I kind of want to do this like as everyone's like being like, huh, and then like starting to continue along. So like kind of want to do it a little bit stealthy like, so like just the acolyte doesn't like, he turns back on his heels and starts leading us, and then just go.
Do me a charisma check.
Ooh.
On an 18, you feel a all but stabbing pain in your head. But as you have to really use all of your willpower to sort of drag Lysithia to you through whatever magical protections are in this place. Lysithia appears in your hand, and
I made a huge mistake.
Immediately you see the amber light around you flash to a darker sort of blue, and it's with energy flowing through it. And this hallway, floor, ceiling, walls, front and back, is sort of encased in a blue field of blue glowing energy. The acolyte turns around and looks as Lysithia stays.
For
Quick question that I didn't ask and probably would have done before we moved on. Bag of holding, does it show everything inside of that magical, or just the bag of holding?
It's interesting. You see the bag of holding sort of shift in colors. It's as though it's almost, I'd call it visual Morse code, as though perhaps almost like ships at sea use like the light signaling things, that it's as though somehow the bag of holding is like transmitting some kind of a visual Morse code, potentially, of what its contents are.
Alright. Cool. And then Vidar happens.
Yes.
I panic internally, and as they turn around and look at me, I'm just like, I just want to be as transparent as possible for the Arch Nullifier. and the sword just goes behind his back.
I will
You
say
can see
this:
the panic on his face.
while you cannot, when you do that, do me a willpower, do me a charisma check again, a willpower check again.
Well, also, I want to ask: is the light coming from the ever-present blue light coming from the sword, or is it coming from the ring?
So no, there is a distinct color from Lysithea, and there is a separate distinct color coming from the ring.
What are both the colors again?
Hmm?
What are both the colors?
Lysithea is bathed in sort of a violet purple color,
Mhm.
and the ring has a crystalline ice blue, very bright glow.
Internally panics. Internally panics.
And with your 21, as you put Lysithea behind your back, it does shrink down. Lysithea does shrink down into its smaller dagger form that you'd used before. It seems as though you can still manipulate Lysithea's shape, but you cannot dismiss Lysithea through, for whatever reason. The acolyte walks up to Vidar.
I step back.
You intending on using that? Is that why you brought it?
Nope. I want to see the colors. This is important to me.
You need to step a little bit closer to your mic. I can barely hear you.
Yeah. Nope. This meeting is important to me. It's important to all of us, and I just want to be as transparent with the Arcane Nullifier as much as I can. And this is not a weapon to be used against her in any way, shape, or form. I would not dare threaten against her power.
Do me a persuasion check.
He's literally crapping his pants.
The rest of us don't have weapons. They just weren't summoned. They've just been there already.
Yeah. Waiting to this point to summon in a giant sentient sword. On a persuasion, the acolyte looks at you and just raises an eyebrow and basically says, "Perhaps next time, before entering the building, or getting this deep into the sanctum." And with a wave, you see the blue energy disappear from the walls in this sort of cube of force that had surrounded the party in this hallway. And
Syria, can you slap him?
I wasn't there for the whole thing, but Vidar did something stupid, so he's getting lifted up and choked temporarily.
Thank you, Luna.
Is it?
Celia just says, Luna, we have somewhere to be.
Luna will keep walking and hold him. Like, she's no longer, like, trying to restrict his air.
Do me a strength check. See if you can walk with him.
Oh, she's a monk, though.
Like, how can I slide with that? Not even move.
Vidar actually gasping and patting your arm. See?
Oh no, my arm got tired and I dropped him. Oh no.
So you put him back down. Do me an insight check, Luna. With advantage.
He's on the ground and he's just
on a 25. Whereas Iskrin has, I almost would say, played along before, Vidar was scared and really couldn't breathe. This is sort of a different reaction. Before when Iskrin's always was sort of almost playful when you would do these things. I don't know. Actually, I should let Vidar speak for himself, but
Vidar at this point is just like, after he's being choked, he's just staring up at her, just like, not like a little surprised, but just completely out of gas and out of breath, and just basically struggling from reeling away from the sudden choke against his throat, and like just grasping around the base of his neck and just trying to get it back.
Luna looks mildly confused at that reaction. Are you all right?
No, I just experienced choking for the first time.
You don't
Iskrin
need
didn't
to
breathe. Iskrin.
I need to breathe.
Sorry, yeah, we kind of... Things happening. You can get up. Move. Good.
Gets up.
Next goes to help him up so they can actually keep moving.
Yeah, he basically just feels around his neck. It's just like, Luna, I actually need to breathe.
And based on that insight check from before, I don't think he's lying.
no. Yeah, Vidar needs to breathe. He is flesh and blood now, whereas Iskrin did not need to breathe.
It may have been fun in games with Ishgrin, but that's not the case with me.
At that, she actually loses the confused look and says, "Then act like it and don't pull out weapons when you're in the deepest part of a magical place we're trying to get help from. Act like your life matters then." Keeps walking.
The acolyte has gone ahead and moved forward as this has transpired, and you see in front of you a large carved doorway. It looks almost like it would be like a front door. It's kind of got a plinth above it, sort of columns on the side. It is Axel. Let me think. I'm trying to remember who inspected it closely. I believe Axel got right up in this. It reminds you of the orb that you saw in the machine. There are runes upon runes upon runes. You see, almost down to as fine as your eye can see, large normal warding runes, but then like within the runes themselves there are runes, and it seems as though within those there are runes as well. This is warding in a way that you've never even imagined could be possible.
Don't do anything really, and yeah, this is pretty major stuff. It's pretty awesome, but yeah, don't sort of mess around. I don't think. Sort of passes over to Vidar.
Hey, thank you for the bits there. I appreciate that. Wow. Douche Amerikaner? Dutch, douche. Anyone want to give me? Okay, anyone? I'm worst with pronunciations.
Douche Americana? Douche is the best one I've got.
Yeah.
That one.
For my folks, my European folks. Anyway, let us know what we can call you so that I don't butcher your name. Anyway, thank you very much for the bits. We really do appreciate it. Got it. Deutsch. Oh, okay. Deutsch Amerikaner. Got it. So like Dutch American.
Yeah.
Got it. I think. Anyway, you as you approach, before the acolyte even gets there, the door opens into this room, and the acolyte steps to one side and just places their arm out for you all to enter. Anything special you'd like to do before entering? Oh, German American, of course, not Dutch. Deutsch.
Deutschland, Germany.
Yes, Deutschland.
Brush off any dirt on my shoulders.
Okay. Luna, you march right in. You were up front.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's fine.
Celia's in the back. Vidar, anything, and Axel, sort of anything y'all are doing towards the rear? You're
He's
muted, Axel.
gonna be looking at the runes. He's got to at least spend like a moment looking over these runes to
Okay, do a
get as much
investigation
as
check.
possible.
Yeah, do an
But it's like-
investigation check.
Doesn't have the time. Oh, come on.
Come on. Roll 20, play ball. There
There
it
we
is. 20.
On a 20, the best way your mind is able to rectify what you are seeing is this is to arcane runes what the difference between your basic dragon runes and your master dragon runes are. This is a whole paradigm shift in the usage of runes and the power that they possess.
Little gobsmacked by that, sort of lets himself move out of the way so other people can get through. But yeah,
No touching. Come on. Nope.
keep
Nope.
looking at that.
No.
You enter into a large room about 20 feet deep and about 30 feet wide. The room is stark, Spartan, in fact. It is all but pure white marble with just the finest bit of light gray graining through the walls, the floor, the ceiling. There is a large desk that is there. There are several chairs and some benches, sort of what look like sort of benches along the walls. It is not square as much as you like a pentagram, except with the very tip cut off where you enter in. The door only takes up a very small portion. Straight across from you is a flat wall, but the other two walls are angled to you. There are benches along the walls to your left and to your right. Perhaps if Eva might lecture in here or do some sort of teaching. There's seems to be sort of an open space in the center of the room. The desk is on the far side against the flat wall. There are very few accents in this room. Any ones that are either black or gray. It is incredibly Spartan in nature. The desk seems to be completely clean. That amber light you saw elsewhere has turned to sort of a colder blue light in this area. And sitting behind the desk, you see Eva Grimm, the arch nullifier of the Arcana Mystica. She's wearing her black robes, as you recall, with their black and gray robes with their silver and gold embroidery taking up pretty much the entire upper portion of it. And she looks across at all of you, and she lays her hand on a box, a familiar box, from when she had removed the ring from Kel, and goes, "This is quite a piece of work. Care to explain how it came into your possession, or your friend's possession?"
It literally just showed up.
Yeah, it appeared out of nowhere in a bag. Like, there was a bag full of rings. It was one of them.
Several attempts to destroy it.
We
A
are
bag full of rings appeared when we were in Sojourn's crossing. There was a vice surge.
and it landed in front of us. Hold on, he'll go into his sort of bag and.
Didn't I try one?
No, I think I still have them. I still have the bag.
Yeah, I
Back
believe
in
you
went
have
through.
them.
I can't remember I went through with that. I'm not.
Yeah, I think I still have.
Because I
them in
think
the bag.
everyone was wary of putting them in the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
So
If
we,
I
because
recall, yeah.
yeah. So it's there's like near the top of my pouch because we check on it. Like it's
Yeah.
sort of we often we check on my gear. So he sort of pulls it out. This bag.
Do me a perception check, Luck, as you go into your bag.
I still.
You got to get hit by something.
On a 21, as you reach into
That's a
your
dip stuff.
bag, you, of course, are reaching in with your hand. You see against the darkness of the bag inside what was not visible to the naked eye out in the light before. There is a dark trail of energy connecting your ring to the golden heart that you've kept in the bottom of your bag.
He's going to pull out the bag of rings and close his bag promptly.
Okay. As you pull it away, you sort of look, and with your 21, you can see that arc of energy is still there, but it is basically invisible in sort of the light of the room. But you can see, and it passes right through the side of your bag as though it wasn't even there. And you hold the rings out, and she looks at you, and Sojourn's Crossing, that's quite a way to be affected by the vice.
Yeah, a couple of times.
Yeah, we've had a few. What are they called? Vidar, you called them like knots or something?
Yes, knots within the magical weave of this.
Maybe I'm just really bad at casting spells. Yeah. But yeah, no, we had one happen on the way to Surgeon's Crossing, even further west than that.
Interesting.
That was before we even came across these.
We'd had reports. That, in fact, surges had become more powerful in the recent months. This seems to confirm it, and certainly to create something like this. She takes the bag of rings from you and examines them, lays them out. You see her sort of chanting for a moment, and you see the rings do not glow at all. These were once magical, and perhaps will become so again, but in a different way. They are magic rings that have been somehow corrupted, but that's not quite the right word. They're
Magic is misplaced, maybe, and that.
they have potential. They are. They could tip either direction, you see. A boon or a curse,
Or both.
or both.
We have seen that. The boon and the curse, as it were.
Other rings have manifested before the one on your friend.
The one that was on Kel was originally on his brother. His brother manifested as a curse.
She
And
actually, because Luck, I assume you actually held up your hand.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's pretty easy.
Celia.
Yeah, it's
I-
pretty easy to see the barber shop aura that's going on them. And she actually, I won't say jumps up from her desk, but in a brisk way steps up and comes around her desk to look at the rings.
Quite a story behind them.
Each had a curse that there was instructions on the ring, and when you fulfilled the instructions, the curse ended, and it became beneficial. So both.
She
Maybe.
yeah, she looks at them and takes out a stone similar to one that you saw Castian use, but it is of a different color and seems to be much more refined. She goes, "A tamed curse. That is interesting. May I?" And she holds out her hand sort of to your hand. "May I see if I can remove it?"
Sure.
She attempts to pull it off your finger, and it's stuck solid, and then she looks to you. "Can you remove it?"
Try to remove it.
Comes right off. Now that's fascinating.
Context?
It is both tamed and bound. For any other, it is cursed. But you have tamed the curse and it's bound itself to you. She looks to Celia. "I assume you as well, with yours."
Celia just kind of gets a thoughtful look on her face, and she looks to Luna. She says, "That explains a lot."
In a way, I suppose.
She looks to her, to Ava, and says, "I don't know about him, but my ring allows me to banish people."
She raises an eyebrow. She goes, "There are enchantments that allow such actions to be taken. Strong ones. What it seems as though..." She looks to Luck and look to Celia. She goes, "Judging by their auras, they are magnifying what is already within each of you."
I can take one hell of a punch now.
Well, kind of always good.
Oh yeah, but now like,
Bit
Like-
more of a punch.
yeah, you know, a sword hits me and like it would do a deep cut, and now it's like someone tickled me with a feather
You can take Luna's punches.
easily.
Don't test.
Luna just kind of slowly looks over to Luck.
Look, if we need to prove the point for evidence, we can.
"I trust you." Well, it would seem... She looks down at the 4 rings. "There's more to come for you. There's nothing to be done with them now. They are nothing but rings."
Oh dear.
We came to that conclusion myself when I took a look at them. Sort of, we just have to wait, and then as soon as it happens, it usually has from what I've experienced, what I've noticed, it's a ticking. You need to stop it before it reaches the point where the curse has gone too far.
Well,
But it does give instructions on the ring, the guidance, or just a bit of writing. And that's why we came. It's part of the reason we came here with Kel, was hoping to, resolve that.
Understood. Well, and she looks at you, she being a wizard, and as a wizard you haven't suspected already, you soon will learn. Magic often is like an animal that must be tamed, not just a set of formulas. These rings, like breaking any horse or mount, must be done in a certain amount of time, or else it'll get away from you. If you don't break it, it will break you. Magic is a living thing. She sort of looks at you and sort of assesses you. You'll soon learn.
That's... But, yeah. I see. I never thought of it that way. So...
Do you think one of these rings will attach itself to Axel next?
Could be any of you. She looks sort of from face to face, the four of you who don't have rings. It's just a matter of time.
That's a precious commodity.
It is.
Is there no way to prevent it? I mean, from what I understand, the rings themselves don't bear any power until they attach, but there's something needs to do it in the first place, right?
Well, as I said, it seems as though these are some manifestation of what is already within inside of you. I think it's more dependent on each of you than on the ring.
Yeah, okay, it's difficult to get my mind around, but seems to be a bit thinking quite a bit at the moment. Sort of lost in thought.
Once that sort of conversation has sort of petered out, she whips her head around quickly to Vidar. And goes, "You said something to me before, after the ritual. Something that disturbs me. Explain yourself. No one can hear you here but me, and I will decide whether whatever you say ever leaves this place."
Blue glittering light.
Step forward, please. To your mic.
Quiet.
Oh yes, sorry about that.
Thank you.
I did turn it down earlier. It's still down from what I can see.
Gotcha.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet.
Blue glittering light. Yes. You saw it.
Many magics make blue glittering light.
Yes.
You'll have to be more specific. Her eyes just burrow into you.
I'm gonna hold up my hand and I'm gonna say, "May I cast just a simple cantrip?" That's this blue.
Your cantrips do not concern me.
Perfect. And I'm going to, in the exact same colors of the exploding glitters of Ishgrin, illuminate up into the air this sparkling, glittering light. This blue light. The one you saw years ago. Yes. I've seen the battle. Somehow I received a vision and I have seen your battle alongside with Florian Gilderoy and Dogomir. You remember that monster, don't you? Do you remember the temple?
I do. We risked everything to get that chance. That one solitary chance. And she looks around to the party. And it seems as though that now is all in jeopardy because of you.
Because of me? Because of us? What?
The most important thing, and she looks at you, on this sphere.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
We now don't know where it is.
We
For
have
90 years, the anchor was hidden and protected, and we knew somewhat that it was safe and where it was.
we have the chance to find it again.
And how would that be, do you propose?
By not squabbling over things that are already done. We cannot change that the anchor is gone, has moved to a new post or whatever. But we can begin looking for it.
That is
Or would
true.
At the start of the next move, we'll be able to find. There will be an individual who will be able to find them.
An
Be able to
individual
find.
you need to not restrain. Looking at the Arch Nullifier.
And then I'm going to use prestidigitation to conjure up an image of the Eladrin Ishgrin.
Yep.
What do you know about these creatures?
Oh, very aware. So is the Arcana Mystica.
But why? I know they're a mess of magic. They are a threat, in a way.
It's not that they're a threat.
They're not.
They're an opportunity. In fact, possibly the greatest opportunity the Arcana Mystica has ever been lucky enough to trip their way onto.
What do you mean?
What do you know about souls?
I know they don't have one.
You're correct. Souls are a divine creation, a manifestation of the gods themselves. Eladrin, these cosmic travelers, have a persistent arcane matrix, if you want to be technical. But when you get right down to the bottom of it, it's a soul created by arcane magics instead of divine. The Arcana Mystica knowing the power that a single soul could hold. Finds himself quite intrigued by the idea of a soul that they could create. And if they have to take an Eladrin apart to figure it out, that's what they'll do.
That needs to not happen, though, or we will not have all the pieces needed to fix the vice.
This.
You were in that temple. You saw those statues. You have an idea of what they mean.
I do.
That Eladrin is needed.
Represents the shield. The one that was carrying the shield.
And she looks at you. And she looks across all of you. And goes, so you haven't recognized it? Matron Square with the Matron Stone. Sentinel Row with the Split Stone. Two becoming one.
You don't mean that? No.
Oh, yes. The Overhang District with the Singing Stone.
Of course.
And
It was a little obtuse, but now I can see that. Yeah.
looks to Vidar. Grey Talon Citadel. It is the shield and the sword.
So, you mean to tell me these spaces within Open Stress, these spaces represent those seven? But why? Is it for a channeling? Or is it to show or guide?
The cistern stones here are some of the oldest structures on the plateau. The only thing more ancient is the barrow of the stone druids at the vineyard itself. These stones are even older than the ones that were down in the temple.
I look over at Axel and I have concerning thoughts. And I just say, seals? Seals? Hoping
Could be
that's what I mean.
They could be seals. They could also be equivalent of a magical circle, focal point of anything. It could be the gate. It could be the seals for the Netherwings. It could be
A door?
some other things. Yes, that is actually what I was trying to say originally, but yeah, kind of be complicated in the middle there.
Simple terms. There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
It's probably better. The question is so if they are what was used that would... I can't remember now.
Ancient.
How do you keep what you know, you and Florian, for that matter, from the Grand Archmistress? Mistress.
We have the mirror to thank for that. The artifact. Apparently, it hid the identities of the people who attacked her. We don't even know for sure how much she knows of what happened. And she looks to Vidar. He's the only one who said that he saw the battle. She walked out before the battle with the beast, thinking she had received all that she needed. Us
The
confronting
one
her,
that. Go ahead.
we thought for sure that she would come for us. And when she did finally come to a meeting that I wasn't expecting her at, there was nothing. We can only believe, and from what Ravinia told us before leaving, is that the mirror took away
took
the secret.
The secret of that conflict.
Yes.
Hmm.
We're not even sure if she knows that another wing was killed there. We only know that she was changed afterwards. Things would agitate her. Her confidence always was there, but as we could spot it, somehow her relationship with these dragons changed. We're not sure if she even knows why. The artifact
Does it have to do with with her eyes changing from that blood color to more normal?
Perhaps there are blood magics that powerful leave their mark on those who wield it. It will change them. She looks to Axel, as you well know. You hear a
All magic leaves little marks. I guess depends on where they pull. Now the question is, how do you know in this case about Sithrax?
Oh,
She's a death cleric, isn't that correct?
cleric of the grave. But Sithrax and I, we came to an understanding long ago. There's a point at which, when you invoke death enough, you become old friends.
Not quite there yet. Right? I see. I always thought he was tied to a certain thing, but if he's not and he's tied to death instead, okay, that actually makes some sense. Sorry, tangent. That was entirely a tangent.
The more interesting question is how Sithrax came to find you. I can only assume that you, young wizard, are the representation of our own cistern stone here on the Arcane Terrace. We hide it underneath the Shaper's guild hall. And she puts out her hand and casts Minor Illusion. You see the claw of a dragon.
Yep, that sounds about right. I mean, you even look at the axe.
That too.
She pulls it out, dragon axe.
Yeah.
It's quite dramatic.
Yes.
Yeah, it's cool.
But
Dragon's awesome. But yeah,
just
I try not to tell anyone, but
that is
At
for
this
the
point.
best.
at this point, it's clear that you know some things that we don't, and you know some things that were previously secret.
Yes. Your feather keeps you well protected as well. But not here.
Sorry. Ah. You know, I never really figured out how it was protecting. Well, not how, but what it, I mean, it was concealing who I was, but I still have no idea how that was relevant to anything. But in this sort of just you come to it. Hey, if I don't know, then maybe somebody else won't.
Yes. Secrets sometimes are best
It's kept
left.
by one person.
Yes. Well, in the case of Dolgrimar, he belonged to an organization known as the Eternal Keepers. And as part of their order of keeping secrets, they know someone must always... When one person holds a secret and is going into danger, they must leave it behind with another. Dolgrimar, after the battle, or during the battle, disappeared. And as planned, no one heard from him again. He was adamant to Ravinia as they planned this whole attack upon the temple, that everything has a proper time, that patience was the key. Trying to force action too early has made the downfall of some of the greatest schemes and plans ever made. So, myself, Florian, Ravinia, and our other companion,
They.
Vey. She looks to Luna. How do you know of Vey?
That is who I saw through.
You were there as well.
Yes.
And Vey, we have been waiting. We've been waiting for the right time, and everything points to there's something, well, we know. The Erythromancers here at the Collegium. This Convergence Conclave. It's like none other for the last over 600 years. This time that we are coming upon is the time we've all been waiting for. And looking back to Luna, this isn't about fixing the vice. This is about saving our sphere and perhaps many others as well from the Netherwings.
Oh, I knew that was coming.
If you understand how important this is, can you tell Florian to stop blackmailing one of the people you need?
Has he now?
Celia's hand just like
You're being blackmailed?
She told all of us. This isn't new.
Yeah, we've already told this
I
one.
think she only told. No, she did tell everybody.
She told everybody,
did
yes.
tell
Told everybody.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah. Florian. Huh. Florian is still with us on this, but he is.
kind of an asshole.
Oh,
Celia just looks at Lux, says, kind of.
I was being polite.
you have to understand, not to make excuses for Florian's personality. He was a bit of a handful before the grounding.
He was grounded.
But the battle, if anything, made it worse. You see, he knew, and perhaps was the only one who knew, that Netherwing could be killed. But to reveal what he knew about them would be to reveal all of us. Even a whisper of a secret can bring it into the light. And so he imploded, I guess. Destroyed himself as his reputation, his place among the Sky Mages. But I will say he never did fail us, as he found a way to position himself in Sojourn's Crossing to be of aid to Ravinia if she ever needed it. But, like many, Florian the little contact I've had with him, as we have to be extremely careful. He believes, just like our Archmistress bound herself to the Netherwings, that the Tieflings bound themselves to a patron of unimaginable evil. And that belief runs deep. I assume that he is...
He wants the leader killed.
of the Tieflings.
Yes.
I will see what I can
Sure.
do.
That's all I can ask.
I will tell you this, though. Florian is not the only one who wants the Tieflings dead. He is one of many who believe that anything that they have to say brings more peril to a world that is already on the edge.
Hatred of tieflings is not a new concept to me.
I'm sure you understand.
Doesn't make it any less of a stupid concept.
Archnullifier Grim, what's the plan for the stones, the convergence? Is it to gather as many forces as you can to then bring them forth and fight them?
That is the problem. And where we need each other. We need to understand what the anchor is meant for. We know it was critical to the Archmistress. We know it was critical to releasing the Netherwings. What we don't know is why. The only people who do are the Eternal Keepers.
Sorry, I missed that. I was busy reading things.
Yep. That they are not aware. Archmistress Florian Ravinia was never revealed to them, other than they had to protect the anchor for the proper time. The purpose and the plan of how it was to be used is unknown.
Can we share some? Can we confide in you secrets? Can we call you an ally right now?
I might be the only ally you truly have.
Then, do you believe that you'll be fighting the exact same beast you faced before?
That beast died.
That one did. Lyle, did it die? What happens to Neverwings after their physical forms are destroyed in the sphere?
Lyle chimes in and...
Allow her to hear.
Yeah. They're very similar to Eladrin.
They are, yes.
They are constructs of the Dark Mistress.
Mm-hmm.
But
Now,
similar to Eladrin, once banished, will probably reform in the dark reaches of the Flogstrom, not within this sphere. Back to the void.
Celia just nods and says that explains why when I banished the Neverwing, it didn't come back.
It did, didn't it? And it was really pissed off.
It was very pissed off, but like it didn't come back as soon as like others that I have banished.
Yeah.
Correct.
I put my hand on the table.
It stayed in the void.
It really wanted you dead off that one.
Oh yeah, I know. I didn't like it very much.
But what does that mean? They have a means of getting... Oh.
Whenever we were leaving the vice, like we could see the claw trying to reach out from the void.
But they can get through the void into this realm, which is... Yeah, that was supposedly... means there's a gap for them to get in, which is, of course, the issue. And we need to stop that. We need to do that by taking away their power, just through solving the vice. Sorry, I'm rambling.
It's okay.
You're not...
Because I can talk to Mithrani, see how much information about the void that I can get.
There is much we don't know about the boundaries of each sphere. This is Eva talking. And exactly the inner workings of, and she looks to you, Vidar, Eladrin or Netherwings when they are truly destroyed. But we're going to have to find out. And we're going to have to find out perhaps what the plans are that are bigger than all of us. The one thing that has been chanted about from the diviners is This is the congruence this time is about many different pieces that have to come together. One of them is the anchor. There are perhaps other equally as powerful relics moving through the world that need to come together in the same place at the same time in order to set destiny right again. She looks...
I guess we're on the right track then.
Yeah, she looks to Vidar. I felt you travel through my vineyard. Both as the soulless one and as you are now. She even looks even further, even when you were inside that clever ring of yours.
He pulls Lila out and goes, well, secret's over.
Oh, keeping it in your
You might want to
sword
keep it.
is not a bad idea.
Until
There are nations that would go to war for that. You realize?
Oh, they certainly can, but first I need to destroy these. And I'm going to put my hand down on the table and cast Minor Illusion and show the battle with Scar Tier as this the massive hulking, now gorged Neverwing. Like, wasn't it like twice the size of the
Oh, yeah.
one? Oh yeah, that one, and have that showing through. And he's going to point at it and just say, that's a young one. That's an adolescent.
Her eyes widen as this is the first time she has seen a Netherwing in 91 years. And it is far from what she experienced firsthand.
I then showed the rest of that battle in that minor illusion. Ishrin popping up, like teleporting, going from blue to red, popping up to his nose. The swords going around. The ley lines being blasted out towards...
She sort of waves her hand. It's all very impressive. What I want to know is, what did those, and she points at your eyes, what did those eyes see in my vineyard?
These ones here? Or his?
Those.
I see nothing now. I see beyond the darkness. He saw lines, saw the weave, and the thin webs that the vineyard made it. A web connected. Thousands of echoes of discomfort. All eyes on. I don't know how to describe it any more than that.
He saw the
A
weave.
whip that
He saw the
traps
magical
the dead.
weave before going into the ring, but when you came out, who did you see?
Who did I see?
Amongst the vines. I need you to say it. How many?
I can't count that high. I don't know a number that high.
Do you know what the echoes are?
Yes.
I don't think you do. I think you suspect, but you'd be wrong.
Oh?
They're not the dead. They're not souls. They are destiny. They are potential. They are when someone leaves their path, or when someone decides they've had enough. When someone had more to do, that echo of their destiny lives on. And those echoes are drawn here. An echo is forever tied to the person or soul that made it. And they offer a window back to that soul from whence it came. You bring in to the vineyard and see only what you have brought there. You see the potential that your destiny will affect, or might affect, or will never affect.
Well, I've made a huge mistake then.
Once you came into existence, those 10,000 echoes of Iskrin burst into being. You know, the stone druids say no one planted the vineyard. They lived on this plateau for time immemorial, from the time before histories were ever written. But they speak of a time when night and day were one, and on the return of the first real dawn, the vineyard was there, and the echoes came soon after.
Eva was talking to Vidar, but talking about like, okay, what you might affect,
Yep.
which will never affect, all that stuff. Luna, again, kind of like looks off into this and just kind of wraps her arms around the middle, not saying much.
Right.
Can I get that in a single sentence?
You see what your soul might reap. What did you see, Luck Goldheart?
I saw something. I don't know what I saw, but all I know is it felt like there was a chance for something. I'm not sure what it was though. I need to protect something. I know that.
Very good. Follow that. And she looks at you, and And she goes, Your life looks like a man on a tightrope with only one direction, forwards and backwards, and to either side, I know not what. Keep your balance, luck. It's all that will save you.
Great. Great. Just peachy.
Just sits there, just like, great. Just like, you know, he's heard something he kind of didn't want to hear, but like, was kind of wanted to or needed to hear it.
Yeah.
He's got that sort of reaction, like, okay.
So she looks around to the rest of you. I will go on about the mysteries of the in-between. The biggest thing we need to concentrate on now is trying to find the Eternal Keepers. They are here. We know that. They seem to be led by an infuriating leader, more interested in games than the fate of the world.
Simon, perhaps?
Oh no. Simon is...
It's a... I'll get back to that later. But,
yeah, as you say Simon, she just sighs and she goes, ugh.
It's helpful. I have a lead.
You do?
Yes. A game.
Oh.
Of course it's a game.
Of course.
It might be something, though.
The only lead I can perhaps add is after I grew too frustrated to deal with their silliness. And she says it almost with venom and a curse. There is a Kinku priest that apparently is somehow connected with them. He keeps the whale as he is a worshipper of Ariana. Perhaps they can point you in a direction to help you solve this game that they've set before you.
Certainly a start. Yes.
My time is limited that I can spend on this, as there's much else going on here in the city as we approach the solstice. That is another time of magical congruence that we need to be prepared for, not to mention whatever folly others have planned, as adventurers less experienced than you arrive with threats to the city every day, and nobles stupider than any you've met, most likely, arrive with every cursed item that an idiot adventurer has handed their way.
Mm-hmm.
Is anything more you have for me?
You had I gave you the bow, correctly?
Yes.
Did I not? Yes. Okay, that's...
Nasty piece of work. It is bound. In fact, you are correct. It is bound to the ring. I've locked it in our vault as it tried to sneak away.
Yeah. It's no. I mean, it's Kel's brother's bow, so it's important to him. I don't think we need it. And I mean, if you haven't done anything with it, that's alright. I was just wondering. Just anything else?
Celia looks at Ava. She says, "Would you be able to get me access to the embassy?"
Which embassy?
Valvanari.
Yes. That should not be a problem. And she quickly just jots off a note, which pretty much amounts to her signature and her seal, and just goes, "Show this to most anybody."
Celia nods. She says, "Thank you very much," and she'll just put it in her pocket.
I was wondering. I can't access because I'm not a member of the Arcane. I can't access all this. I mean, coming through here, I saw all like the really awesome stuff. There was the shops, there was the libraries, and is it possible that you can give me access to the Arcana Mystica resources? I don't. I just want to read some books. Magic will be really awesome, but
She looks at you and she goes,
I'd have to be a member, wouldn't I?
"I believe it would draw more attention than you're wanting to be drawn to yourself.
Yeah.
However, if there are supplies that you need that you can only access here on the terrace, you can get a message to me or one of my acolytes, and they can procure it for you."
Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I don't think
I'll
I'd
see
anything
what I can do
immediately, but-
about perhaps some private study.
That would be really, really great. If it's not an issue, I've handled myself before. I can. Just so much here that I can't. I like knowing everything.
I can tell. She looks at you quite sternly and seriously, and she goes, "It's a curse, knowing everything."
Yeah.
And then she looks to Vidar. "We will talk again. Because there is still much mystery around how you are here."
I have no idea as well.
Perhaps we'll need to discover it together.
That would be an incredible experience to learn about souls from you. And just the weight they hold. In return, I can try help. A little bit more insight on this situation that's developing before us with the lost anchor, the one who can find it. I need to find out some information just on the Eladrins as well. If there is already one here, and what they already know.
I'm not aware of a Ladrin in Falcon's Crest, and I would know. don't. There are secrets that the Arcana Mystica keeps from me, but not here. And she sort of says that in a very definitive tone.
I know the world would go to war over this. Looking at the ring.
Would you put it away already?
I can't. I tie it back to Lyle and I try to dismiss Lyle.
Lyle dismisses.
I'm shocked and stunned.
Thank you.
Yet that can.
Very good. Summoning. We have countermeasures in place for summoning within our walls.
I was just curious.
Oh.
Yeah. That was more for Luna than it was for you, mistress.
We will speak again.
Yes.
But now I have business to attend to. My acolyte will show you out.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the service that you are about to do.
Are we done being cryptic yet?
Oh, yeah, I need it written. I don't need it written, but I need it said.
Find the Eternal Keepers. See what they need. Find out what our next move is.
Not whatever they have planned currently, mistress. Anything but that.
Great.
There's going to be a slaughter.
Let's go find some crazy old people.
Hey, I'm here. Don't you know ones? I'm the crazy one. I probably have to be to join. Let's just go.
Let's just go. But come on.
Let's just go. All right. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
I have to be to join them. I have to be crazy.
Come on. Yes.
Yep. So, you guys are led out through the labyrinthine innards of the Nullifier's court, and back out onto the Arcane Terrace. As you go around, Axel, you're able to look now sort of within the webwork of that building that I had described before. As you pass by, you are able to sort of, now that you know what you're looking for, see the dragon talon and claw of the cistern stone that is there. And you guys are escorted out of the Arcane Terrace. What would you all like to do?
I promised you a drink, didn't I?
Yep, back up to Grey Talon.
Please.
Drink would be good.
You know what? A round for everyone on me. How's that sound?
Okay. So,
Let's get to there's a show tonight at the theater. It's a Friday. Let's go enjoy ourselves for once instead of getting bogged down.
I suddenly have something to do.
You should. I can get you some water.
Water will be fine.
Great.
okay. So you guys make your way out of the Arcane Terrace and find yourselves back out in the in the Grey Talon Citadel. So you heading to the Iron Gnome?
It's the closest one he knows of, which is and reliable because he's been there.
Yep. So you guys head on in. Golly, I wish I had good. How is it? This it?
We went for the tavern for a drink.
Actually, I haven't heard music at all. Has anybody else?
I have.
Is your roll 20 muted?
Is your roll 20 music muted?
I should
It's a
double check
tab
that.
I went to the tavern for a drink.
No, it's
We
not.
had a very long day,
We talked a lot about echoes and things.
and it's not. And I really wish I could just say.
Sure.
damn the things that you put together for.
Yeah, so you guys
You're a monster.
head into this tavern. It is it's been you all were summoned at 2. You all arrived out there about 3 o'clock. You've been spent about 2 hours before, so it's 5 o'clock. It's quitting time, and a lot of the sort of, as you would call them, sort of the heavy crafters who make their businesses in the Grey Talon Citadel are getting off work. This is the blacksmiths. This is the wagon wrights. This is a lot of the actual stonemasons, etc. That all very much the sort of rough and tumble, really basic laborers. A lot of the people who are just hired as labor to carry things around town, as there's not a lot of cart animals here. So you have people who pretty much are just lift and carry guys and gals who tote things around the city for other folks, push the wagons, push the wheelbarrows, that type of thing, carry the stones. And you guys come into this drinking establishment. It, unlike a lot of the other buildings here in Falcon's Crest, it's still made out of stone, but it's pretty much just rough-hewn stone. It doesn't seem as though it was magically shaped. It was probably made actually by hammer and chisel, actual real mortar put together. On the far wall, after you come in, you see it's really just a shelf. It's not a bar. It is a ledge that's built out from the wall. There's 2 stacks of kegs, and on top of it, there is a gnome who is pulling beers, basically kicking open the taps with his knees and pushing mugs underneath of them with his feet, and then basically hitting the, sort of almost like soccer, kicking the mugs down the bar to people. So he's serving both with hands and feet. He is yelling out to people, and with one eye closed, he looks over and he goes, "Hey, you're back."
Of course I'm back.
Ah, here you go. He gets one for you, just gets you one of his things. Again, it's cold and okay at best. It is, it's cheap booze. It's sudsy. And he looks at you and he goes, "Oh, you brought your friends. See, that's what I like. I like that people bring me more clientele. Hey, how you doing? Can I get you all some?" And he just starts pouring you beers no matter what you order. It just starts handing them out to people.
Thank you.
"Hey, you got some more of those stories to tell?"
Have I told about the Batcave swarm yet?
Ah, you told it, but that was a good one. You start telling it again. And he starts
so-
moving down the bar. So rest of you guys pretty much unceremoniously either have a beer basically shoved in your hand or slid down the bar so it lands in front of you.
Luna will just give hers to Axel and then find a quiet corner. Or
Excellent.
as quiet as she can get.
Yeah. There is a sort of an outside area that actually overlooks the ramp that leads down underneath of the wall. So there's sort of like a back patio on this place. It doesn't seem most everyone is inside getting their liquor on. Not many people have moved out to the stone tables that are out back. Almost like sort of how. Yep.
Outside it is.
Okay, so you all see Luna sort of leave her beer to Axel or Luck, whoever grabs it first, and sort of
No,
wander.
she gives it to Axel.
Oh, gives it to Axel? Okay.
Axel would have reached over as soon as it arrived to go and take
Which is exactly why.
Yeah. So Axel is double fisting. Vidar, you've been mainly hanging out down like in the Stoneward Rush where things are a bit more dignified. There literally are people like, just slapping backs, beer, as much beer goes down people's beards as it goes into their mouths. There is the smell of sort of like greasy but savory smelling barbecue. There is like straw and actually sort of gravel on the floor. Most places you would sort of have like, sawdust on the floor, but there's not really sawdust here. So it's more like, gravel dust, granite dust on the floor to sort of absorb the spills. It's quite an establishment.
Hey. Looking at it like eyes of like, asking like, okay, this is
This is different. This is okay. All right. All right. Let's give it a shot.
A
With
beer
everything-
is unceremoniously shoved into your hands. It is sudsy, overpoured, and sort of dripping down the glass. It's cold. It's alcoholic.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If this is how these people live, let's give it a shot.
So yeah, you guys start drinking after your tense and somewhat enlightening, I guess, moments in the Arcane Terrace.
I hold up my glass for the rest of the party and be like, here's to making a friend. Another friend in a higher place that hasn't gone to shit yet.
Here's to just being here.
That too. Funny enough.
Have you met Steve Vidar?
No, I'd love to. Steve! Hi, Vidal Lackman. Nice to
So
meet you.
yeah, this sort of old blacksmith. He is literally probably covered all the way up to his biceps in soot. Has a big heavy apron on, and just having Luck introduce you, you're his best friend already. And he gives you the big elbow shake and sort of pulls you in like for a bro hug, getting soot all over your clothes.
Of course,
Probably
long
somewhat intentionally. His beard, he's got a big sort of bushy black beard that is filled with grease and beer, and just you kind of like feel this sort of like brush across and just leave like a swath of sort of old beer and grease sort of on your collar. And he goes, "Hey, Vidal, good to meet you."
Yes, I'm traveling all the way in from Balathira to check out the convergence. I'm very excited for it, my friend.
He kind of looks at you real questioning, and he goes, "I hate to tell you this, you're on the wrong side of the continent.
I'm a traveler.
So, a moon elf from Balathira, that's a little different."
It's oh, did I say Balathira? I meant.
Never mind. And he goes, "Here, have another. You're not drunk enough."
Yes, of course.
He's a little ditzy.
And then I was
He's a
feeling
friend
like-
of yours. He's a friend of mine. And gives you just a big old whack on your shoulder. Of course, he hardly moves you, even though he is a big built blacksmith. But you're a big built guy too, so.
I love Steve.
Yeah, and so Steve sort of just kind of looks at you and kind of looks from one of you to the other and goes, "You guys make a nice couple," and then walks off.
Try.
You say 21-year-old Luck and Vidar with his looking fancy with his fancy eyes.
I try. I just even wink back.
Yeah, and
I hope Stilius not death staring me.
you.
I think she's amused.
What's Axel up to as this gnome is sliding beers around and doing his thing?
I think he's sort of just people watching at this point.
Okay.
Just sort of hanging around, watching the interactions with Steve and a couple of the other people hanging around. Just sort of enjoying a drink and chilling a bit. There's a bit going on in his head, so he's trying to relax.
Okay,
before
yeah,
he
trying to actually get the brain to turn down a little bit. How about Celia? What's she up to?
Celia is just Celia's not drinking.
Is it
She
because
is-
it's beer?
Whenever she gets handed her beer, she just kind of looks at it and shakes her head and passes it to whoever is next to her. And then she kind of, her legs get crossed and she just like turns and she just leans back and she's kind of watching her party members.
Gotcha. You realize that well, you sort of are at the bar before and people sort of bumping in and getting in. You realize that the person next to you, sort of behind you, has not moved for a couple of passing drinks down.
Celia looks over to the person, and
you see a dwarf. She has red hair, super curly, like super tight curly red hair, and an actually pretty okay beard going on, and older dwarf, sort of big potato nose, very red potato nose. She's probably been drinking all day, and quickly surmised that if she sat here beside you, that the beers would just sort of keep coming to her. And so she's just sort of saddled up next to you so that's how this is going to work. And so she just kind of looks at you and gives you a nod. Evening?
Celia gives kind of like a sly grin, and she says, "So what brings you here?"
She gives a big smile. There's about 3 teeth in there, and she just gives you a big smile, and she goes, "The beer and the company," and gives you a wink back.
You guys make a cute couple.
Oh god, that accent.
Another beer sort of slides down your way, and she immediately points at it. "You gotta drink that."
Celia just goes, "We'll just keep this between us," and then passes it to her.
She takes it and just starts drinking. Yeah. So, Luna, you pretty much have the outdoor patio to yourself. Anything special you're doing?
Enjoying having the outdoor patio to myself.
Yeah, it's sort of
keeping a vague eye out for if she thinks there's going to be anybody that would be a problem. But
yeah, I mean, it's out here. Like I said, it seems as though there's that sort of first rush at people getting their buzz on before they're going to start coming out. You do see sort of like a dartboard out here and things like that. There actually is a weird. You've not seen this before, but obviously there's something that is competition that goes on here. There is a chisel, a sledgehammer, and a giant chunk of granite that is sort of sitting over sort of in its own little pit sort of on one side. And as you sort of take notice of it, you do see sort of a pretty burly dwarf over there sort of sitting by there. I won't say guarding it, but almost like taking up position near where
he's the attendant.
Huh?
He's attending it.
He is attending it, as though he's sort of kind of looking for someone to head his way.
You know what? Sure. Like, she will take some of the darts with her, but she will head over that way. Basically, I'm going to see what this is, and if not, then I'm going to throw darts.
Okay.
Being the mindset.
Yeah. He kind of sees you approaching, kind of sizes you up. You are as a genasi. And so kind of looks twice at you as though he does a thing, and then kind of shrugs, and he's like, chip off the old block?
How does it work?
It's pretty easy. You try to take a chip off the old block. Whoever gets one off first wins.
So I just have to chip that stone.
Yeah. We take turns. Whoever has the chunk fall off on their turn wins.
Yes, this just She actually kind of just shrugs, like, sure, why not? And she'll look at the board and just throw all 3 darts she had picked up right at it.
Yeah, do me a. Go ahead and do me 3 attacks.
Okay.
They'd be dex-based. Oh, you're always dex-based attacks. Never mind. So
Yeah.
you can do whatever. Just throw. Yeah, you can just.
I will
roll.
laugh if they all miss horribly.
Yeah.
I want them all to hit. Beautiful. Ah.
You get one that's like basically a bullseye. The other 2 at least stick in. They're on the target, but nothing special. But it was a long throw, and he looks to you. He goes, "Since you're new at this, I'll take the first swing."
Can I insight to see whether that is to his advantage or not?
Go ahead, do me an insight check. 16. No, he honestly seems to be giving you as a newcomer. He wants to test his strength against you.
Okay.
And
You will
so,
probably win. Strength is not my forte.
Yeah. And so basically he goes over there and you see him put the chisel up there and he's going to swing. On a 14, you see him swing and hit it, and you see a big crack form, but then nothing falls off. And you now kind of get the idea of, okay, yeah, it's all, the fact there's no way anyone's get this on the first try. So he's giving you the crack. The question is whether you're going to be able to monopolize on that or not.
Okay.
And
She's
so, yeah.
Okay, so she's gonna look at it, with that understanding, and then ask, "Do I have to use the chisel?"
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, I guess it's not in the rules. Okay."
And going back to the time she punched her hand through a tree, she's going to punch the rock.
Okay. Roll me an unarmed attack.
I want a high roll. I want to see a high roll here. I want to see a high roll from you.
Yeah.
Look at that. And as the way this game works, with a DC of 20, you knock a chip off the block.
Satisfying.
And he looks at you and goes, "Nice. That's nice." And goes, "Care to go again?"
So nod.
And
Jay,
what
did your
was-
mic just switch or something? Because
Oh, did it go weird?
Different with your audio.
Yeah.
let me see.
Little buzzy.
Huh.
Yeah, just a tiny bit of background noise. Like it's okay, just
Huh.
different.
I
for
don't
whatever
know.
reason.
Well, anyway, for expediency, we will say you all go back and forth a little bit. And, you can see that there actually is some strategy to this, that as, as cracks get formed, it becomes easier to knock a block off. Basically, the DC goes down as more successful hits are made against it. And to actually get the... take a chip off the old block. So, there is a little bit of wagering. We'll say that you come out about even. He was more looking for entertainment.
That's
Certainly,
same thing for her. She just wasn't for the. This was not for the money.
yeah, it's literally as probably this gets very competitive as the night goes on, and you've learned to a new game that happens up in on Falcon's Crest. So, as you guys drift into the evening drinking, unless there's something specific you guys want to...
I mean, eventually she's got to go to work, but besides that,
yeah,
no.
so we will, as it's coming up on 6 o'clock, as you guys enjoy your evening respite after a visit to the Arcane Terrace, we are going to leave our party drinking, flirting, and pretty much decompressing after a whole lot of information from their new friend, Eva Grimm. Vidar.
I would like to ask Celia to dance.
What time is it?
I was about to say, do me a favor. Go ahead and roll me that stealth check.
You monster.
And she's gone.
Go ahead and do me a perception check, Vidar.
Aha.
That would be persuasion.
That would be persuasion.
Oh.
Whoopsie doo.
On perception, even on the 22,
What's with those doubles, man?
you look around because you have your cloak on, right?
Mm-hmm.
You look around the bar, and she was sitting right there talking to some little dwarf. You see the little red-haired, curly, old woman dwarf. You look for Celia, and as you turn around, you just get a big, toothless smile from a dwarf, sort of with a potato nose, and kind of looks, gives you a smile, looks into your eyes, gives a smile, and just looks down at your beer.
I turn and walk away, and I enjoy the rest of my night with Luck and Axel.
Vidar, come meet Robert. He's amazing.
Hi, Robert. I put on the happy face, but I'm really sad that she's stuck away, and I'm like, oh.
And with that, we will leave our party, enjoying some time off, a little bit of games and fun in Falcon's Crest. So that's where we'll wrap up. Let's go around real quick, let people tell us who they are and where we can find them out on the internet. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the bits. You guys rock. I really do appreciate it for you guys to tune in for our story. We've got lots more to come. And let's start off with Dragons or Cats.
Hello, everyone. I am Dragons or Cats playing the, once again, chaotic Vidal Lycron. You can catch me on my Twitch channel and on Twitter as Dragons Are Cats. I'm going to throw the link into the chat for you, where you can catch myself and Jeanette for Dragons Brew D&D. It's Australian Eastern Standard Time of 7:30, 8 p.m. It's changing drastically. We're trying to start earlier, but things and stuff. But yeah, you can catch me over there. This has been a blast tonight. I'm glad we made a friend.
Cool. Next up, we've got Templar. It's such Luck Goldar music. I love it.
Perfect. It's great. Hey, I am Templar 1. I was playing Hidden by Axel the Tabaxi Wizard, who now has no pressure, but he's just got to find the really, really secret hidden people and not give away all the secrets.
That's
look great. Bird in the Storm is awesome. Look at that. There we go.
Thank you. Next up, we have Trigging Druid.
Hi, you can go follow me on Twitter. I don't really tweet things a whole lot, but I retweet when people are streaming. So if you want to know if somebody's streaming on Twitter, you all you have to do is follow me. And yeah, as Kyle said, you can catch me on his game on the correct time of Wednesday morning at 5 a.m.
Ow.
Where Angel, my ASMR Celestial Warlock, is a heal bot, a lore bot, and a
Bot.
damage bot.
Damage bot.
You can deal out a lot of damage.
Cool. Next up, we have Good Guy Pie. We're playing Luck's theme song.
I'm so happy right now. You know what? I don't know what we're worried about. Because you know what we have? We have each other. And that's what matters.
Oh my god.
let's not worry about the whole fate of the spheres on our shoulders right now.
Nope.
You can catch me at Good Guy Pie on Twitter. Too Good To Guy on Twitter. You can catch me at Good Guy Pie on the Twitches. You can catch me on Deep Baldy's channel on Mondays. So, enjoy that, and I'll be looking forward to seeing you all again.
Sweet. And last but not least, NNG9.
Hey, I'm Energy9 on Twitch, where I live stream video games and swear a whole bunch when I can get my internet to cooperate with me. Energy98 on Twitter. I tweet stuff sometimes when I remember. I put the puns in the palindromes. Most of the time I don't. I'm a player here and also on Here for Reference and Age channel at 2 p.m. Eastern Time on Sundays for S of Power Within. On Scrat's channel Monday evenings at 10 p.m. Eastern Time for Mouse Guard in the Mouse Guard system. Also today only, I will continue to be part of a 26-hour improv marathon. You can check out the live stream. Ignore the background. Check out the live stream, and I'll be on there at roughly 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Roughly 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
Very cool. I am Tall Squall.
Also, Buenos Tardes, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Buenos Tardes. Just want to say thank you to everyone for tuning in. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for supporting Project Semicolon down below, and for our story as we continue to unravel all of the insanity that is this campaign that I've created for these people. And hope you all enjoyed it. I certainly did. And we are going to go over and raid Eric Vulgaris. So please join us for that. And throw a couple
Tune in Mondays.
There you go. Yeah, throw a couple flexes in the chat. You might see me. Actually, you probably will see me tonight playing some more WoW. And with that, we are out of here. You all have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye.